Welcome to Geraldton, host town of the 2020 WA Kart Championship. Presented by Patience Sandland here, and we bring you to the picturesque location overlooking the beautiful state of Western Australia. We will be greeted by fine weather this weekend, we hope. Some great sights to see around the town of Geraldton, especially out to the bay. But our main focus goes away from the town and away from the sights as we turn our attention to the RGR Haulage Raceway for the Midwest Kart Club up on the hill and the 2020 WA Kart Championship. We're here this weekend to crown some state champions on this beautiful circuit, about 50 metres above sea level, 700 metres of racing surface and 8 corners. Greet our 200 competitors joining the fray this weekend to duke it out and fight it out for the state championship. We also bring in the second round of the West Australian KZ2 series to fight it out after they started off their season a little late in the year up at Hurricane Go-Kart Club in Wandowie. The newly renamed RGR Road Haulage Raceway, presented by the Midwest Kart Club, plays host this weekend, and we are set for some fantastic racing on this beautifully and newly resurfaced racing track here. The Midwest Kart Club has played host to the West Australian State Championship back in 2014, 2007, and even as early as 2003, where even yours truly had the pleasure of racing in the 03 and 07 versions of the WA State Championship. It's been host to many great races and many fantastic battles, as we hope we get to see the same battles come to us again this weekend. Situated on the hill, it's all about maintaining kart momentum out of the slow corners. The track is fickle though, and in some places very narrow. Especially coming out of turn 5, right at the top of your screen there. That harsh left-hander drops off very suddenly. Off camber. On the long straight in the tram lines, all the way up the hill in towards the Patience Sandland sweeper at turn 1. This is the RGR Road Haulage Raceway for Midwest Kart Club here in Geraldton. And we're bringing you all the action for the 2020 WA Kart Championship, presented by Patience Sandland.
The Kart Centre is Perth's premier karting and function centre. If you're looking for a new and exciting venue for fully catered team building, birthday parties or corporate functions, this is the destination for you. The Kart Centre, only 10 minutes away from Carousel.
Welcome to qualifying for TAG 125 Live, proudly presented by Flat Out Karts. And what a bumper field we have here. 25 drivers, just shy of the track capacity here at Midwest Kart Club of 28 spots on the grid. And some of the biggest names in West Australian karting are fighting it out this weekend for the 125 Light Championship for a category that did drop off in numbers over the last couple of years. It's great to see the resurgence of 125 Light here in Western Australia. Your race order showing up on the left-hand side of screen. We are right in the bottom end of this one at the moment, 125 Light. Please do note as well, KZ2 have already run their qualifying. That was the back end of yesterday. We did have their first heat of the weekend already to start us off today. So as soon as we get wrapped up with WA Open Performance, we'll be stuck into the second heat for KZ2 here at the second round of the West Australian KZ Championship, proudly presented by Avalon Group this weekend. But at the moment, 125 light qualifying, your fastest driver is Samuel Dicker. For Sam Dicker Motorsports on board the number 72 Flat Out Karts Arrow machine. He leads from Kieran Ellis in the KF kart. And Kip Foster, the wily old Fox Foster, back out there in P3 at the moment. Aidan Passmore in the P4. Shay Thompson in P5. Our defending champion Cody Loonan not in the field to contest his defense. No, he is. He currently sits 20th on time. Loonan is here to try and hold on to the state title, as this is your race format that we'll look at here. And note heats 4 and 5 are actually separate groups for the KZ series. But it's all a big dance. 28 laps to crown the West Australian state champion. Here in Geraldton, it's going to be a long, hard weekend for all of our drivers making their way through these heat races. It's still Samuel Dicker out front at the moment in qualifying for 125 light, brought to you by Flat Out Karts. And the KZ series run the oversubscribed format. So heat 1 is 2/3 of our field. Heat 2 is actually another 2/3 of the field. Heat 3 is the opposite end, 2/3 of our field. Then Heat 4 and 5 will be run run consecutively with the odds and evens based on their points, and then they will transfer into the final. And only the top 28 on points will make the final for the KZ2 series. And they will fight it out to decide who will be the round winner here for the second round of the West Australian KZ series here in Geraldton. But the regular format will do 3 heats and a final. The final will be the race to count for all other classes to decide who will be the 2020 West Australian State Champion. As we are 2 minutes remaining in 125 light, Sam Dicker and the 72 Flat Out Karts machine leads by 72 thousandths of a second as a great shot looking over the hill here at Midwest Kart Club for the RGR Road Haulage Raceway. Currently looking at a 21-degree top today. Should be the same tomorrow. A very, very minor chance of a little bit of rain might come to us today. You can see those dark clouds over the horizon as they make their way in from the coast. But it should stay relatively fine throughout the whole day and provide maximum traction in the best racing conditions we could possibly ask for here at a West Australian State Championship. As we're 1 minute and 20 left to go in this qualifying session. Dicker still on top from Kieran Ellis in second. Kip Foster in third. Aidan Passmore P4 and Shay Thompson rounding out your top 5. But it's Samuel Dicker making a comeback into West Australian karting, who holds the top spot here. And we'll look at picking up a $50 voucher thanks to our fastest qualifier award winners, Great Southern Fuels. The 88 of Caprice Hall comes down the line, hanging a hand out the side. Luke Anici in the 55 kart has had a relatively quiet session. I was expecting more of this youngster. He's currently 8th on time in this session with a 33.33, 1.7 tenths of a second off the lead. With 35 seconds left to go, lots of hands being hung out the side to call an end to their session and try and conserve the tyres underneath them. And a look over the Midwest Kart Club racing circuit here for RGR Road Haulage. We follow along some onboard footage from Lewis Reed in tag 125 Heavy a little while ago. This was taken prior to doing the track resurfacing and the track works that took place here. And a much better racing surface greets our drivers this weekend. But this is one of the critical points of the racetrack. The off-camber dipper, the camera really doesn't do justice how angular that corner is and how big the drop-off can be and how easily you can get shunted off out into the boonies. Through the Great Southern Fuels Bowl and back onto the RGR main straightaway. That is a lap of the RGR Road Haulage Raceway for Midwest Kart Club. 700 metres and 8 corners situated up on the hill just up the road from Geraldton Airport here in Moonee to the eastern side of the Geraldton main town site. Last year's champions crowned at Esperance Kart Club at the 2019 West Australian State Championships. Some of them are here to defend their title. Some of them have moved up in the class. 125 light. The beautiful scenery of Western Australian mountainous regions up here and visible on the drive up to Geraldton and from where we are here at the Midwest Kart Club. About 4.5 hours drive north of Perth City. A lot of our competitors made the trip up Wednesday and Thursday to join us here this weekend as we bring you all the racing action. Cadet 12 on track as we get set for their qualifying session. And this should be an incredible field to watch this weekend. 21 young drivers in attendance, and Nash Ferraro is your defending West Australian state champ. He is in the field and looking to make his presence felt this weekend. He was right on the pace during timed practice yesterday afternoon, so we'll see what he can turn out in the racing as well. Go back all the way to 2014 for the last time state championship was won here in the equivalent of the Cadet 12s class.
The Kart Centre is Perth's premier karting and function centre. If you're looking for a new and exciting venue for fully catered team building, birthday parties or corporate functions, this is the destination for you. The Kart Centre, only 10 minutes away from Carousel.
A little bit clear of the rest of the track. There's some great shots of the families and friends and fellow karting competitors watching on from the grandstands here at the RGR Road Haulage Raceway. But it's Jack Webster now to the top. Webster drops in the number 9 Energy Course chassis to the top spot 14 thousandths of a second clear of Ferraro. So Webster on the button at the moment, leading the way in this qualifying session with 3 minutes left to go. His brother James was the Cadet 9 West Australian State Champion 12 months ago at Midwest Kart Club. And Jack was right at the pointy end of Cadet 12 all weekend long that weekend as well. He finds himself trying to do it all again here. But in the north this time, as we pick up with Chase Wildman in the number 77 Sabre Real Estate, Tony Kart making his way through and around the 700 metres of racing surface here we have up in Geraldton. And a great shot from down the bottom of the hill at the Athgree bus stop. One of the biggest action moments we're going to see all weekend will be happening right at this hairpin corner and the subsequent off-camber Napa Parts dropper immediately after as we grab Sachin Smith Way. Sachin having a good run so far, 4th in qualifying behind Radford, Ferraro and Webster, your current top 3 in the reverse order as mentioned. 2 minutes left to go for Cadet 12 qualifying. Inside the final minute of qualifying, the order hasn't changed up at the top end of our Cadet 12 class. Jack Webster still leads the way, 14 thousandths of a second clear of Nash Ferraro in second. Connor Radford in third. Nicholas Stardy in the 4th spot. Sachin Smith Way rounds out your top 5. Tony Maiolo jumps up to P6 though from Chase Wildman down in 7th. Ben Hall in the 8th spot. Zane Rhodes in P9 and Ashton Sprague rounding out your top 10. Followed by Cooper Lyle, Jet McDonald, Bailey Reardown, James Webster, and Ryan Warner rounding out your top 15. Ahead of Jordan and Lachlan Clee, 16 and 17 from William Campbell, Noah Byrne, Riley Curry, and Max Duncombe. Your 21 kart full running order for Cadet 12, proudly presented by Eco Resources. But how's that? You look away for just a moment. Nicholas Starty with an absolutely stellar lap, a 38.2. Goes 1.7 tenths clear of the rest of the field and gaps out Webster in second. Nicholas Starty claims the top spot right at the end of the session as the checkered flag flies. And we look out to the southwest here of the RGR Road Haulage Raceway for Midwest Kart Club. Nicholas Starty has claimed the top qualifier spot at the absolute death knock of the session. A 38.288 beats out the rest of the field and claims his $50 voucher thanks to Great Southern Fuels, awarding our fastest qualifiers. Ahead of Jack Webster in second, Nash Ferraro defending state champion in third, Connor Radford in 4th, and Sachin Smith Way rounding out your top 5.
The Kart Centre is Perth's premier karting and function centre. If you're looking for a new and exciting venue for fully catered team building, birthday parties or corporate functions, this is the destination for you. The Kart Centre, only 10 minutes away from Carousel.
A big thank you to our sponsors for the 2020 Patience Sandland WA Kart Championships here at RGR Road Haulage Raceway for Midwest Kart Club. Our live streaming brought to you by the Kart Centre, Napa Parts and AFGRI Equipment, and of course live streaming provided by 4Style Media. Head on over to their Facebook page and give them a like and go subscribe to their videos and notifications via Facebook and on YouTube as well. A big thank you also to Great Southern Fuels, Digital Quarter, Vulcan Panel and Paint, Super Cool Air Conditioning, Mechanical Piping Services and Central's Earth Moving. Their support and sponsorship here of the 2020 WA Kart Championships here at Midwest Kart Club. And we take on the KA4 Junior Light Field presented by All Good Racing Karts and Parts. And a bumper field of 20 drivers takes to the track for this 8-minute session to decide who wants to make themselves $50 richer thanks to Great Southern Fuels and who wants to be the pioneer in Heat 1 of racing, leading the field into the Patience Sandland sweeper for the first time. As we follow our drivers out on their initial first couple of flying laps here, we'll check on them as they come on down at the end of their second lap. Early days in the session, but the top spot is held by the 45 of Sebastian Guest with a 37.67. Noah Lyle goes second with a 37.72. Thomas Lawton goes third with a 37.76. Riley Watkins goes P4. Henry Patience P5 from Aidan Deckers, Luke Fraser, Cade Davey, Connor Payne and James McCucci Allen rounding out your top 10 ahead of Jackson Mitchell Rosenauer in 11. Dylan Guest in 12. Lockie Adams and Wesley Hobson. We are in the midst of KA4 Junior Light qualifying just in the last couple of classes. Looking to set some qualifying times before we get into the heat racing. That will eventually decide the starting groups for the big dance, the 28-lap final to crown the 2020 West Australian State Champions tomorrow. Race formats will look a little bit like this. 17-lap heat races of this 700-metre circuit here at RGR Road Haulage Raceway, but the big one, 28 laps. It's an absolute endurance slog here up on the hill in Geraldton to decide who's going to be the state champion. A total of almost 20 kilometres of race distance come the final to decide who will be the West Australian state champion. Working our way through, Sebastian Guest sets another hot time. This kid's on fire right now, a 37.59. He's 12 thousandths of a second clear of Noah Lyle in second. Tommy Lawton in the third with a 37.592. Now Noah Lyle goes fast, it's 37.4. Lawton with a 37.59. Almost a tenth of a second between them. Sebastian Guest goes through to the third spot. Aidan Deckers down to P4. Jackson Mitchell Rosenauer is moving quickly here in the 88 entry. He goes to P5 from Luke Fraser in 6. Riley Watkins in 7. Kay Davey in the 8 spot. Lockie Adams in P9. And Dylan Guest rounding out your top 10. We'll follow through. Drivers jostling for a bit of track position. Trying to find their way around and get some clean air. You want just enough clean air to be able to not be balked by the car in front of you. But you want to have enough of a toe to get the aerodynamic advantage, make your job a little bit easier all the way up the hill here at the RGR Road Haulage Raceway. And in the background of our shot, just to the southwest of where we are here at RGR Road Haulage Raceway, the Geraldton Off-Road Model Kart Club racing the Gero Hour 1/8 scale off-road buggy event this weekend. Hope they're having a good time just over the back of the hill there as we progress on through. 3 minutes left to go in qualifying. Noah Lyle leads away, just shortening the lap now, 37.41. He's 700ths of a second clear of Aiden Deckers in a second. Sebastian Guest in third. Thomas Lawton in P4 from Riley Watkins in 5. Then Mitchell Rosmanauer in P6. Fraser, Davey, Adams and Guest running out your 10 from Ethan Traeger. Henry Patience, James McCucci Allen, Jack Parham and Connor Payne. Followed by Mitch Campbell, Riley Gray, Lincoln Fellows, Wesley Hobson and Crystal McClurg rounding out your 20 kart running order. Just a few karts shy of meeting the track capacity limit here at Midwest Kart Club. A short track of 700 metres. We can only allow 28 karts on track. As now Noah Lyle shortens it again at 37.39. The rest of the field are trying to go with him. They're down to Aiden Deckers in second with a 37.48. Still 1/10 of a second between them.
The Kart Centre is Perth's premier karting and function centre. If you're looking for a new and exciting venue for fully catered team building, birthday parties or corporate functions, this is the destination for you. The Kart Centre, only 10 minutes away from Carousel.
WA Open Performance proudly presented by Continental Tires, Wedgefield. Corey Hayes out front and leading the way in this field by 11 thousandths of a second. Nathan Phillips into second place. Good to see Nathan back out and in the cart. Matt Davis in the third from Matthew Chambers in P4. Greg Campbell P5. And Gavin Kennedy P6. Caprice Hall in the 7. Daniel Stewart and Alan Beard and Blake Preston rounding out the order. But hang on a second, and we're following usual form here. I don't see any lap times from Blake Preston. The 84 Swiss Hutless machine not setting a time. I mean, you could make the excuse that he's running in engines again, because it does actually look like he's running a kart in again. Blake Preston, I tip my hat. If anything, he's consistent at being slow in qualifying. Not setting a time at the moment. As we wind our way through, 4 minutes and 40 left to go. Corey Hayes with a new hot time, 33.2. Leads out by 52 thousandths of a second over Nathan Phillips in second.
The Kart Centre is Perth's premier karting and function centre. If you're looking for a new and exciting venue for fully catered team building, birthday parties or corporate functions, this is the destination for you. The Kart Centre, only 10 minutes away from Carousel.
Three minutes and 20 left to go, and a couple of drivers calling it a day already. WA Open Performance, all about tyre management and trying to look after the rubber. So some guys throwing a hand out the side and just calling it a day, coming in a little early to wrap up the session. It's Corey Hayes to a 33.1. Fastest lap so far from Nathan Phillips in second. Matthew Chambers rounding out your top three in WA Open Performance, presented by Continental Tires. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Well, we get set to go the next gear. Heat 2 of KZ2 here at the second round of the West Australian KZ Series, presented by Avalon Group, Transport, Mining and Civil. We are set to go. We've got arms being waved as Nick Middick has stalled on the starting grid, and we send him around once again. So Nick Middick having to get the number 94 BRM chassis up and going, and Wayne Goff is going to run out and try and help him get a bump start on it. So Middick gets it started, and they will get him underway. Our field will be brought around once again. This is the B group versus the C group. So positions 2, 5, and so on, up against positions 3, 6, and so on from qualifying. Gets a little confusing and convoluted, but this will separate the grid and get them broken up. So our field getting brought around as we watch. Thomas Sparks took the win in the A versus B heat in Heat 1. And he will be one to watch here in Heat 2 as he goes up against Mills, your round 1 winner, sporting a newly painted helmet on board the number 2 Ricardo kart. He took a clean sweep of racing to be claiming the state championship lead after the first round at Hurricane Go-Kart Club. Nick Middick was second at that round, but he's the man who's going to have to go to the back of the line here. The number 94 BRM chassis. After failing to get the kart started, he stalled on the grid. The rules are you cause the restart, you go to the back. As simple as that. So Middick will go to the back once they get him all organised, and will bring the field around. So Middick has been pulled aside by the big man himself, John Wishart, as now the grid rolls forward. Daniel Curry will go to the second row. Blake Mills will have the front row to himself as he rolls the number 2 back and forth. You can see the angle of the 2 pointing towards turn 1 at the Patience Sandland sweeper. No start for the 92, going absolutely nowhere. He went rocketing through the center and then pulled it to a stop. Blake Mills will lead the field through the Napa Parts dropper on the opening lap. Daniel Curry in second as they come around through the Great Southern Fuels Bowl. Tommy Sparks into third as they come up the RGR Road Haulage Main Straight. Heat 2 of KZ is on the boards, and it's a little bit biff and barge through turn 1. Corey Minton getting around there. The 36 of Nathan Davis forcing the issue at turn 1. Blake Mills leading the way. Oh, we got action back there coming into the bowl, and Nathan Davis and Corey Minton getting into it. Minton's going to rejoin. That is not cool. And Minton has a very bent axle. Minton's race is done. That's going to roll down. And that's actually completely busted the axle and the hub as well. The 13 Ricardo kart hop, skipping and jumping its way in. He got into an altercation with Nathan Davis at the left-hander, and that brought both of them unstuck. But we follow along. Blake Mills on his way down the hill from Daniel Curry in second. Tommy Sparks in third. Paul Pedrotti in the 4th spot. And Scott Mackay rounding out your top 5. 17-lap heat races for our KZs. This is Heat 2, B versus C group. Blake Mills leading the way as we follow along with Paul Pedrotti, currently into the 4th spot. Having a good run here in the 56 Ricardo kart, making his way out of the kart centre switchbacks and down the hill towards the Afgri bus stop. Tommy Sparks, your Heat 1 winner in the A versus B group. Having a decent run here in 3rd. He'll be happy to hold on to that. Number 21, Charles Leclerc kart, as he brings his way into the Patience Sandland sweeper up the top of the hill at turn 1 in front of the crowd. And your leaders spreading themselves out around the track. The battles are happening further back in the field, though, in the fight for 6th, 7th, and 8th at the moment. We grab this battle, the 23 Grand Prix kart of Josh Merritt, currently holding on to P6, having a fight with Melinda Sully and Nick Middick. Now, Middick is way faster than these guys on lap speed, but can he make the move and get it done as he had to start? There he goes, a big send at the bottom of the hill down at the Afgri bus stop. That slowed him down, though. These gearbox karts, they get him back into power band. And now he has to set his sights forward on Josh Merritt. Middick, sent to the rear of field after failing to start the first time around, is now making inroads on the field. He's getting a hurry up from Tommy Shu on the sidelines as well. He knows he's got to charge forward. This is where Middick is going to use his tyres. Josh Merritt's been out of the seat for a little while, I believe, and will make the job pretty hard as they come on out of the kart centre switchbacks and down towards the bus stop again. Middick's too far back as he skims the nose cone across the ground under brakes. With enough time, Middick could dispatch Merritt and even set his sights forward onto the back of Scott Mackay in P5. It'll be a big improvement on track for Nick Middick if he can get this job done as they come up the hill into the Patience Sandland sweeper. He helps Merritt out of the way. Middick goes through to the 6th spot. Now sets his sights forward on Scott Mackay. The gap between them, last time across, they're separated by about 1.2 seconds between Mackay and Merritt. Now Middick has moved Merritt aside and sets his sights forward as we follow along. We grab here. Here's Scott Mackay, P5. There's Nick Middick trying to chase him down. As the 19 of Jessica Howe going a lap down in a moment from your race leaders. We grab Mills and Curry down the hill towards the Afgri bus stop. Nick Middick is the fastest on track. No surprises come from there as they come out of the Napa parts dropper. Howe about to go a lap down from Mills. Doesn't make anything too hard for Millsy as he comes on through for the state championship leader. Taking the fight to multi-time series champ Daniel Curry. As we follow Mills into the kart centre switchbacks. Back up the hill briefly and down on the run towards the Afgri bus stop. So Mills and Curry leading out from Tommy Sparks in 2nd. We follow them through the Great Southern Fuels Bowl. Curry on screen, the number 3 Maranello kart. The battle going on just behind what we can see here. Jessica Howe going a lap down from Paul Pedrotti on track, who's currently 4th. And Pedrotti makes the move happen down at the bottom of the hill. Nick Middick has moved his way up into P5. Got the job done on Scott Mackay, so big improvements from Nick Middick here. And early on in the piece, he's trying to make it happen after getting sent to the back so far. Down the line, 5 laps to go. Middick moves aside and jumps to the inside of Jessica Howe. That's a lap traffic cut, just jumping out of the way of the rest of the karts. But can Middick set his sights forward on Pedrotti? Watching Nick Middick, currently P5 from the back of the field. Last time across the line, he lapped at a 33.8. He's a second faster than Paul Pedrotti per lap at this point. With a few laps left to go, the gap was a couple of seconds as they bring it out of the Great Southern Fuels Bowl. We follow Pedrotti and Middick coming up the RGR Road Haulage main straight into the Patience Sandland sweeper. This time across Pedrotti to Middick, 1.5 seconds. So Nick is going to catch him here as we follow along with Blake Mills. Millsy, your race leader. One of the fastest qualifying times early on in the piece yesterday afternoon, and is consolidating that, leading the way here in Heat 2, the B versus C group from Daniel Curry. In the second spot at the moment, Thomas Sparks, who claimed his first race win in Heat 1, has really dropped off the back of this battle. He's just letting it breathe and looking at the lap times, trying to conserve the rubber. So we come out of the Napa Parts dropper. Mills and Curry just dragging each other around the racetrack at the moment. 6.5 tenths of a second between them. Just a couple of laps to go. Looking at the times, I'd say Nick Middick has decided he's had enough of trying to chase and use up his rubber. He's settled back into P5 and will settle for that one. Up the hill, 2 to go for Mills and Curry last time across. Half a second separated those two as we watch them come on down the hill towards the Afgri bus stop. Out of the dropper for one of the final couple of times. Last lap board is out and waiting to collect Blake Mills as he brings it around the Great Southern Fuels Bowl. He's buttoned out of the pace a little bit and Curry's giving him a bit of a hurry up. 1 to go. The last lap board is out to pick up Mills as he comes up the RGR Road Haulage main straight. Curry tucking in behind, only 3.5 tenths of a second between them. Mills and Curry down through the bottom end of the racetrack for the final time. The checkered flag is out and waiting for them out of the Great Southern Fuels Bowl. Blake Mills takes his first win of the weekend. A check over the shoulder on Daniel Curry as they come around. Tommy Sparks brings it down the line to go third behind Curry. Paul Pedrotti claims P4 and Nick Middick, a big charge from rear of field to go P5 after 17 laps. Scott Mackay will come through for P6, Josh Merritt for P7, Melinda Sully in the 8, JD Dack in P9, and Daniel Sugar will round out your top 10. Well out of KZ2 Heat racing, and now we get to see who's really got the pace for the last 17 laps in heat racing for the rest of our classes. KA3 Heavy taken to the track for their first heat race of the weekend. Aaron Chivers was your fastest qualifier from this morning's session in the number 4 Epoxy Groutworks Flat Out Karts and ARC Rotax Racing entry. He starts alongside Lachlan Harvey in the number 76 machine. The Arrow chassis locking out the front row. The FA car of Jake Maisie, number 90 machine, will start from P3. And Craig Ryan in the 34 Formula K kart will start P4. Glenn McDougall will start from P5. Jake Salamone P6. Rodney Jameson P7. David Mackey P8 from Nathan Jack, Trevor Beck, John Orish and Jason Allen will round out your 12 kart starting grid as we get set to go. 17 laps on the board for KA3 Senior Heavy, presented by Starty Group. Up into turn 1 for the first time. Chivers getting through. Oh, Harvey getting shuffled off the road there. He's going to rejoin at the back of the pack. One of the BRM karts all the way to the back. That looks like the 18 of Rodney Jameson getting shuffled all the way back as we follow the field down towards the Afri bus stop for the first time. Jake Maisie tucking in behind him as they head down towards the bottom end of the racetrack into the Great Southern Fuels bowl section. Chivers leading the way at the end of lap 1 from Jake Maisie in second. Glenn McDougall into the third spot here with the number 27 machine. The Tony Kart chassis. The man coming from Headland. But it's Aaron Chivers, your fastest qualifier, leading the way here. Chivers down the line, up the RGR straight and towards the Patience Sandland sweeper. We follow along with Glenn McDougall at the moment. And the 18 of Rodney Jameson into the 4th spot. Craig Ryan having a fight with Lachlan Harvey as they come down the hill. This is a great one as they make their way down towards the bus stop. Harvey trying to counter back through the field after getting shuffled around on the opening lap. Ryan, the big unit, trying to cover off the inside line in the 34 FK kart as they head out of the bowl and make the run towards the main straight. The RGR main straight up the hill now. Looking at the lap times, Jake Maisie is the fastest on track at the moment. He's in second, putting pressure on Aaron Chivers. As we grab your race leaders, Aaron Chivers and Jake Maisie making their run down towards the bus stop. Last time across, Maisie was about 7/10 of a second, 7/100 of a second, faster than Chivers as they come down towards the Great Southern Fuels Bowl. Maisie trying to stay with him as they circulate around. Heat 1 of KA3 Senior Heavy, presented by Starty Group here at the 2020 WA Kart Championship. Follow along with Jake Maisie, trying to chase down Aaron Chivers at the moment, who's just reset the fast lap. 36.04 with Chivers out front. Running through the bowl, they're already breaking away a nice healthy gap over Glenn McDougall back there in second. We follow along this battle here between Jameson and Harvey. They're fighting over 4th and 5th. Craig Ryan, they're fighting over 5th and 6th. As Harvey having trouble here. Jameson is now being dropped off the back of these ones. And Craig Ryan elevates himself up into P4. We follow along with Lachlan Harvey in P5 at the moment as he makes his way down towards the bus stop, chasing Craig Ryan around the track. Hard on the brakes into the bus stop corner before they come through the Napa Parts dropper. The off-camber left-hander and bouncing the inside rear tyre for Lachlan Harvey in the 76 Flat Out Karts Arrow machine. Before they make their run on towards the RGR main straightaway. Harvey setting his sights forward on Craig Ryan, trying to find a way around as they make their way through the Patience Sandland sweeper. Coming out of the kart centre switchbacks. Chivers, Maisie, McDougall. We're watching on of Ryan and Harvey. They're closing the gap up onto the back of McDougall as well. It's going to be a battle for 3, 4, and 5 on the road. Harvey seems to be the quickest of the group at the moment, but he's unable to make a move happen on Ryan as they come out of the Great Southern Fuels Bowl onto the RGR main straight. Ryan focusing hard, trying to chase onto the back of McDougall. Aaron Chivers sets a new fast lap of the race of 35.999, opening up 0.7 of a second over Jake Maisie that time across. Now this battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th really coming to fruition. McDougall copping a bit of pressure as Ryan points it to the inside line. That's going to cost him momentum, and Harvey's right on his rear bumper as they head through the left-hander into the bowl. Now Ryan and Harvey pouring the pressure on the back of the 27 machine. As McDougall, Ryan and Harvey make their way down the hill. McDougall darts to the inside to try and cover off the line. Ryan wants to find a way around. He's wide coming out of the bus stop. That's going to pinch it off real tight. They're going to go too wide on the way towards the hairpin. And McDougall loses 2 spots in one fell swoop. Now Harvey can focus on the back of Craig Ryan. He's no way going to catch our leaders, but he can at least pick up the 3rd spot as they come up the hill. 8 to go this time across. Your leaders, Chivers and Maisie, well and truly stretching out the gaps out front. So we grab Aaron Chivers in the back half of this first heat race of the weekend for KA3 Senior Heavy, presented by Stardy Group. Little check over the shoulder for Aaron Chivers as he comes on by. Jake Maisie in the 2nd. We grab Craig Ryan, still trying to defend from Lachlan Harvey as they come through the Patience Sandland sweeper. Harvey trying to pour the pressure on and find a way around through the kart centre switchbacks and the run down towards the Afgri bus stop. Set it so it's right for the leader. Set it so it's right for the leader, because the last guy won't do the extra laps anymore. The last guy will finish when the leader finishes. Yeah. Person who hasn't been lapped by the leader. Says 5. Just put it down for you. That's the leader. That's the leader, and he has 5 to go. He's done 12. Say 4 now. Couple laps left to go. Aaron Chivers up the hill. We continue to follow Craig Ryan and Lachlan Harvey out of the Great Southern Fuels Bowl, still fighting over 3rd and 4th. It's whoever the last person is. Ryan and Harvey still fighting over 3rd and 4th as they come onto the back straight and come down the hill. 3.5 laps left to go. Harvey has a little look to the inside in the bus stop now. This is a battle we have for 3rd at the moment in Heat 1 of KA3 Senior Heavy. Lachlan Harvey trying to find a way around as they come into the Great Southern Fuels Bowl. Aaron Chivers goes on by and starts his 3rd last lap in this first heat of racing. But Craig Ryan is doing a fantastic job of keeping Lachlan Harvey in check at the moment in this fight for 3rd. Through the kart centre switchbacks. Harvey trying to find a way around to point the 76 to the inside of the corner and make it up the inside of Craig Ryan. He's very close, but he doesn't pull out under brakes into the Afgri bus stop that time by. close battle for third. Still raging on. You can see Jake Maisie in the distance, well and truly up the road in second. 2 to go as they come down the line. 2 more chances for Lachlan Harvey to try and get this done. And he's just tucking right in. The problem is now for someone like Lachlan Harvey is he's matching pace with Craig Ryan. He doesn't have the opportunity to arrive on the corner with a bit of closing speed. As your race leader, Aaron Chivers comes on now. Down the line, 1 to go in the number 4, a Proxy Groutworks Arrow Machine. He leads from Jake Maisie in second. Ryan and Harvey still third and fourth and fighting it out. Glenn McDougall rounds out your top 5. And Chivers bouncing his way out of the kart centre sweepers. Checks over his shoulder and down the hill. Back to 17, not sure what finish. Checkered flag flies. Aaron Chivers takes the win in Heat 1 of KA3 Senior Heavy, presented by the Stardy Group. Jake Maisie home in second. Craig Ryan survives 15 laps of abuse from Lachlan Harvey to claim third. Harvey in 4. Glenn McDougall rounds out your top 5. Rodney Jameson home in 6 from Jake Salamone in the 7. Trevor Beck rounds out P8 ahead of John Orish in 9. David Mackey in P10. And Jason Allen rounds out P11.
The Kart Centre is Perth's premier karting and function centre. If you're looking for a new and exciting venue for fully catered team building, birthday parties or corporate functions, this is the destination for you. The Kart Centre, only 10 minutes away from Carousel.
KA3 Senior Medium on track for their first heat of the weekend. Zach Needham on the pole spot. We'll drag him up towards turn 1 as the lights go out and send us racing. Brandon Duncombe on the outside front row is going to get shuffled around a spot. Watch that rumble strip on the exit. He slots back into the 3rd spot. It's the 30 of Royce Knott into second from Needham as they bring it out of the kart centre switchbacks and down the hill towards the Ackery bus stop. Needham, your fastest qualifier. One lap in the books for Heat 1 of KA3 Senior Medium. Needham trying to open up a gap over Royce Knott in second. Duncombe back there in the third spot from Matt Davis in P4. As you can see them all stacking up behind on the way down towards the Afri bus stop at the bottom of the hill. Super tight in qualifying in this field. You can't get away from this snarling pack of karts. It's a lively one so far as they come out of the Great Southern Fuels hairpin and up the RGR main straightaway. Needham, Knott, Duncombe, Davis, your top four. Then Jason Betts in P5. As they come into the kart centre switchbacks. Needham sliding the back end of the number 28 into the hairpins. Trying to gather up the momentum as Duncombe now putting some pressure on the back of Royce Knott. In the 30, Betts up the inside of Davis. Picks up the 4 spot just at the back of frame there. Duncombe with a grab at the curb as they come through the off-camber dropper. Is on the wrong side of the road on Needham though. Is Royce Knott trying to put pressure out of the bowl as they come up onto the RGR main straight. This is going to be a lively one this weekend. Needham, Knott and Duncombe as they make their run towards the kart centre switchbacks. Zach Needham trying to get away at the moment. Royce putting the pressure on, but he can't flinch because Duncombe is right there as well. Betts and Davis a little bit further behind in P4 and 5, but it's his top 3. Big grab at the curb there from Royce Knott in the number 30 Arrow Machine. Didn't lose too much momentum out of it as you jump on the anchors immediately after. Grabbing these 3, coming up the RGR main straight away. Needham has been unable to break away. Here comes Jason Betts, the 77 Cosmic Kart, rocking the blue plates just behind them at the moment. He's trying to put the pressure on as the defending West Australian champ. Wily old Jason Betts wants to try and chase him down. He sits P4. Matt Davis P5. Fastest man on track is Betts. Yeah, because that doesn't change until the leader crosses the line. Big move up the inside from Brandon Duncombe on Royce Knott at the bus stop. This is falling into the hands of Zach Needham because he's able to build a bit of a buffer over this field. And the rest of them are going to go hammer and tong, bumper to bumper. Knott now under pressure from Betts. Has a little check over his shoulder on Jason Betts behind him as they come up towards the Patience Sandland sweeper. Knott into the kart centre switchbacks. Got a rear bumper full of Jason Betts. Davis is right behind him as well, trying to put some pressure on. Brother-in-law's putting Jason Betts in between them at the moment as they come out of the bus stop into the off-camber. Betts, defending state champ. As they come out of the Great Southern Fuels Bowl, we're coming through. 10 to go. This time by for Zach Needham. At the pointy end of this pack, Duncombe checks over his shoulder on Knott. Now Davis bolsters one up the inside. Big move from Davis on Betts, gets it done. Rocking the 26 kart centre livery on that Formula K kart. Loves a good set up the inside into turn 1. Down towards the bus stop now. Covers off the inside line. Potential challenge from Betts. Can't come from him. Big grab at the curve from Davis, so he throws the 26 kart across the track. Trying to close the gap up onto the back of Royce Knott for third. Your top 3 spreading themselves even Stevens. They come up the hill. 9 to go. We follow along with Matt Davis at the moment. Trying to chase down Royce Knott in third. And KA3 medium presented by OJG Engineering. Davis really sideways under brakes. Trying to gather it all up. trying to make up as much corner speed as he can to put the pressure on Royce Knott. And really, we want to see the brother-in-laws going at it here and fighting it out for third as they come up the RGR main straight. 8 to go. Fastest lap of the race so far. Jason Betts with a 35.1, but he's lost time those last few laps and really given away the position down to P5 as we grab Zach Needham and Brandon Duncombe chasing each other down the hill towards the bus stop. Royce Knott back there in third, just watching it all unfold in front of him. He's lapping equal pace with Brandon Duncombe, and they're both actually slightly quicker than Needham at the moment. So your top three starting to close up once again. This is a battle for fourth and fifth between Matt Davis and Jason Betts as they come up the RGR straight. Just over 6 laps to go as we follow along the number 3 of Troy Stones Clark for just a moment. Watching this battle here, that's your leader, followed by Duncombe, Knott, Davis and Betts, your top 5 as they come their way through the Patience Sandland sweeper. Coming down the hill towards the Afbury bus stop, Needham in control of Heat 1 so far for KA3 Medium, presented by OJG Engineering. But Davis has the eyes on. He's hunting the back of Royce Knott, trying to close the gap to him and put a fight on for third here. Needham comes up the hill, dragging Duncombe with him. 5 to go here in Heat 1 of KA3 Mediums, brought to you by OJG Engineering. They've opened up a gap over Royce Knott, who's now falling back into the pressure of Matt Davis. The brother-in-law is going to fight it out for third in these closing laps of Heat 1. Last time across, separated by 3.2 tenths of a second. Matt losing a bit of time on the back of Royce Knott. Last time across, the gap goes out to almost half a second between them. So Royce might have done enough to hold on to third here as he bounces his way out of the kart center switchbacks. And down the hill. It was 4 to go last time across. For Zach Needham out front as they come towards the Great Southern Fuels Bowl. They follow along. Davis has really lost a lot of time off the back of Knott the last couple of laps. He's now going to start coming under pressure from Jason Betts anytime soon here. There's 3 laps to go. Last time by for your race leaders. Out of the bus stop into the Napa Auto Parts dropper. Davis lights a fire under his backside once again and tries to close the gap to Royce Knott as they bring it through the bowl. We'll check on the gap this time by as they come up the RGR main straightaway. This is your race leader, Zach Needham, leading the way from Brandon Duncombe in second. Through the sweeper. Now the battle for third is on again. You can see them through the kart center switchbacks and down the hill. The gap last time across was 3.3 tenths of a second as Brandon Duncombe came to life a lap ago and set the new fastest lap of the race. He's trying to close the gap to your race leader on screen. Duncombe in the 29 machine with a 35.088. We pick up Needham coming up the hill. Duncombe in hot pursuit. Last time across, 4 tenths of a second between them. Another second further back to Knott and Davis, who are fighting over it. We are on the final lap, final opportunity to get it done. But it's not going to be enough. The checkered flag is out and waiting. Zach Needham brings it around. Royce Knott's done enough to hold on to third here, but Needham takes the win. Brandon Duncombe home in second. Royce Knott in third. Matt Davis in the 4th spot. Jason Betts rounds out your top 5. That was KA3 Senior Medium, presented by OJG Engineering, Heat 1. Tag 125 Heavy brought to you by RGR Haulage. On track and getting ready for their first heat of the weekend. Simon Gwillam and Ryan Barron line up on the front row. 2 very experienced racers in Western Australia behind them. Bailey Mickler and Nathan Davis, equally as experienced and ready to rock and roll for 17 laps. As they go line astern into turn 1, Gwillam in the KF kart gets it through. Bailey Mickler forces issue. Nathan Davis on the back of Ryan Barron. Brought a couple of them further behind unstuck as well. That's McPherson and the 89 of J10 Brooker off to the side of the racetrack and not having any further part in this one. That dropped Davis down the order as well, but it's Gwillam and Mickler rocking down towards the Great Southern Fuels Bowl on this opening lap of 125 Heavy, brought to you by RGR Road Haulage. Up the RGR main straight, Mickler wants it early. Gwillam says, yeah, okay, you go. Encourages him again, come on, go. Trying to edge Mickler on to go. Gwillam acknowledges as well. So there's a bit of hand signals going on at the pointy end of the field here between these two mates. Having a crack at it as Bailey Mickler goes to the pointy end now in 125 Heavy. Back behind them, Ryan Barron in the 3rd spot. Adrian Fogliani in P4. Daniel Stewart P5. Davis is down to the 6. From Nicholas Pascoe in 7. And McPherson and J10 Brooker out of contention. So we're left with just 7 drivers in Heat 1 of Tag 125 Heavy.
Kart Centre is Perth's premier karting and function centre. If you're looking for a new and exciting venue for fully catered team building, birthday parties or corporate functions, this is the destination for you. The Kart Centre, only 10 minutes away from Carousel.
We're back on track with Tag 125 Restricted Masters. Proudly presented by CJD Equipment and TRP Truck and Trailer Parts. The elder statesman of West Australian karting out on track to duke it out this weekend to crown the state champion for 2020. Proudly brought to you by Patience Sandland here at Midwest Kart Club's RGR Road Haulage International Kartway. The defending West Australian state champ Simon Minton will start from the pole spot, being your fastest qualifier this morning and making himself $50 richer. Thanks to Great Southern Fuels, providing prizes for all of our fastest qualifiers. He starts alongside Mark Redman, the adventurer into West Australian Formula Ford racing here in 2020. As we bring the field up the RGR main straight, lights go out and send us racing. Minton and Redman to the inside. Brad Stewart trying to force the issue into second. Oh, a couple off there. And the 6 kart is bogged, unfortunately. Johnny Hill's going to go nowhere. We'll grab Minton again down the hill towards the bus stop from Redman and Stewart into the Ackery bus stop. Peter Ten Brooker in P4. Andrew Freeman in P5 making his way around. One down, 16 to go. Simon Minton defending West Australian state champ with the Rotax-powered Ricardo kart for Simon Minton Motorsport. Trying to open up the gaps early and start off his title defence in fine form here as he makes his way down towards the Ackery bus stop ahead of Mark Redman and Brad Stewart from Peter Ten Brooker and John Ray rounding out your top 5. the battle pack going on for second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth on the road as Simon Minton checking out from the rest of the group. Redmond leads this pack at the moment from Stewart, Peter Ten Brooker, Johnny Ray, and Bryce Watson as they come out of the Great Southern Fuels Bowl. We grab Minton just coming in and out of frame real quick from Redmond, Stewart, Brooker, then Johnny Ray and Bryce Watson coming on down. 12 laps to go as they come across the line this time by. Peter Ten Brooker under pressure from Johnny Ray. Found himself behind the wheel of a Cosmic kart this weekend after being a regular contender behind the wheel of a Tony kart. They are much the same, just a different colour and different logo on the side, really. Peter Ten Brooker under pressure from Johnny Ray. And Simon May right there as well. Sorry, the 65 of Bryce Watson tucking in there. Simon May a little bit further back in the 6th spot. Sorry, dropping down now as he's now dropped down to the back. Ian Shaw claims P7 from Paul Hughes in 8. Andrew Freeman down in 9. But it's Mark Redmond and Brad Stewart, second and third on the road as they make their way down towards the Great Southern Fuels Bowl. The two Rotax-powered machines fighting it out as Simon Minton is the class of the field. Practically in another race as he's clicking off the hot laps. The 35.5 hot lap of the race. Last time across 35.66. Redmond with a 35.76. Brad Stewart with a 35.80 that time across. We are 10 to go. Last time across the line for Simon Minton out front as we follow along this battle with Peter Ten Brooker, John Ray, and Bryce Watson fighting over 4th, 5th, and 6th as they come out into the Napa Parts Dropper. Last time by, it was 10 down, 7 to go for Simon Minton out front. Redmond and Stewart still chasing each other around for second and third. This battle for 4th and 5th, though, still going. Peter Ten Brooker and Johnny Ray as they come on to the RGR main straight. For Tag 125 Restricted Masters, presented by CJD Equipment and TRP Truck and Trailer Parts. As they come out into the kart centre switchbacks. Just behind them, Bryce Watson back there in P6 at the moment, just watching this battle unfold. Can't quite get close enough to make anything happen of it. Fastest on track at this stage of the race. Still Simon Minton, no surprise there with a 35.532. As Johnny Ray takes a big bite out of the curving at the Napa Parts Dropper. That off-camber setting really unsettling the kart. Trying to get on power as unfortunately we have lost the 38 of Simon May, who's dropped out of contention at the cut through. Here comes Johnny Ray though. Goes for a big look up the inside of Peter Ten Brooker. Couldn't make it up the inside far enough. Will slot back in behind as they chase each other through the kart centre switchbacks. 5 to go, last time across. Just over 3 laps left to go here for 125 Restricted Masters. Minton up the hill has been leading this one out quietly with no attention from anyone behind, putting pressure on. Following through the kart centre switchbacks onto the back straight before he makes a run down the hill towards the Afgri bus stop. Minton, defending West Australian state champion, finding his way at the pointy end once again. Further back, Mark Redmond and Brad Stewart have now spread out a little bit further around the track as they come out of the Great Southern Fuels Bowl and onto the RGR main straightaway. 2 laps to go for Simon Minton in 125 Restricted Masters Heat 1. Last lap board is out to collect your leaders as they come up the RGR main straightaway. Minton, 700 metres from home here in 125 Restricted Masters Heat 1. From Mark Redmond in second. Bradley Stewart in the third spot as they come onto the back straightaway down towards the Afgri bus stop for the final time. Minton unassailable this morning so far. Fastest in qualifying. Claimed himself a $50 Great Southern Fuels voucher. And dominating Heat 1 to 2.5 seconds the advantage as he brings it around the Great Southern Fuels Bowl and up onto the RGR main straightaway. Minton claims the win in Heat number 1 for 125 Restricted Masters. Mark Redmond home in second. Brad Stewart home in third. Johnny Ray in P4. Peter Ten Brooker rounds out your top 5. Bryce Watson in P6 as Paul Hughes brings it around onto the RGR main straightaway for P7 ahead of Ian Shaw in P8 and Vaughn Elliott rounding out your 9 finishing drivers.
The Kart Centre is Perth's premier karting and function centre. If you're looking for a new and exciting venue for fully catered team building, birthday parties or corporate functions, this is the destination for you. The Kart Centre, only 10 minutes away from Carousel.
on track with KA3 Senior Light getting ready for their first heat of the weekend. Proudly brought to you by Bunbury Kartworks. The Webster family bringing the truck down with support from Mick and Raylene as well. As we get set, ready to go. KA3 Light on the board. No start this time by. That's the first we've seen for the weekend so far. The lights stay on and they will get sent around once again. It's Liam Kane on the pole spot, I believe. The number 6 KF kart. Last year's KA3 Junior West Australian State Champion. Bumps up into the senior ranks and puts it on pole in a state championship appearance. He lines up alongside Luca Nietzsche in the 55 Ricardo kart. On the outside of the front row, ahead of them, Eli Tunstall and Hugh Maguire. Ryan Nicholson and Aidan Passmore behind them. The next row back, then it's Jake Sawyer and Michael Jones from Holly Patrizi and Lucas Gaelic as we get set, ready to go. This time by, it's lights out. We are racing. 17 laps on the board. Nietzsche's going to try and do it the hard way around. Liam Kane is going to get forced all the way out to the rumble strip, but he survives. We've got a couple more getting caught up out of turn 1, but we all survive. Nietzsche's missing his rear bumper, though. The 55 Ricardo kart's rear bumper is off. Oh, and we got Passmore and Nicholson stuck on each other down at the bus stop. A couple more. Trenner Man caught up down there as well. Karts everywhere. Nietzsche into the tyre barrier. That bumper is completely off the kart. Luca Nietzsche at a standstill in the tyre barrier at the Great Southern Fuels Bowl. What a frantic opening lap of racing. And Ryan Nicholson dragging the 75 Contract Resources KF kart off the racetrack, but Liam Kane from the pole spot survives the opening lap to lead this one out from Eli Tunstall in second. Hugh Maguire behind him in third. We follow those two at the moment. Jake Sawyer a little bit further behind in P4. Will be looking to come good as we progress through the weekend. Holly Patrizi in P5. Great to see Holly sticking it to him at the pointy end of the field at the moment. From Michael Jonesy Jones in P6. Brandon Duncombe in 7. Josh Healy in 8. Tyler Smith is the fastest on track all the way down in P9. Jaden Hyde rounding out your top 10. That was a wild opening lap for KA3 Senior Light. As the race settles down in a big hurry, we've still got a whole bunch of drivers bumper to bumper all the way up the RGR main straight. Sawyer with his rear bumper full of Holly Patrizi putting the pressure on. They're fighting it over for 4th and 5th. Following on this battle for the remaining placings, Michael Jones in the 40 kart is the fastest of that group. You can see him in the middle of that group. We follow along. Holly Patrizi under pressure from Brandon Duncombe at the moment. Eli Tunstall now the fastest on track, just a little bit further up the road from what we're watching here. We're grabbing this battle. This is Maguire and Sawyer fighting over 3rd and 4th. Tunstall's right there in 2nd at the point of that group as well. He was the fastest on track a moment ago, a 34.853. Aidan Passmore all the way down in 13th though. Coming unstuck on the opening lap is actually the quickest on track with a 34.830, but all the way down in P13. Maguire up the inside of Tunstall. Escorts him wide. Sawyer's not close enough to get up the inside either. Hugh Maguire now up into 2nd. Tunstall wants to fight back though as they head onto the back straight down towards the Afgri bus stop. Maguire with a little bit of sign language to signify what he wants to get done. Maguire through the Great Southern Fuels bus stop, trying to set his sights forward and see if they can chase down Liam Kane, but it's just not going to happen. With 11 laps left to go, I don't see it. Tunstall behind in 3rd, Sawyer in 4th, just playing a smart and long game at the moment. Michael Jones back there in P5. A little bit further adrift here from Holly Patrizi, Brandon Duncombe, Tyler Smith, Josh Healy. Jaden Hyde, Trenner Mann, Lucas Gaelic and Aiden Passmore. Ashton Nicholas in the 14th spot, and unfortunately Jamie Taylor off the track on the main straight, taking no further part in Heat 1 for KA3 Light, presented by Bunbury Kartworks. As we follow along this battle, Hugh Maguire, Eli Tunstall and Jake Sawyer up the RGR main straightaway into the Patience Sandland sweeper. Through the kart centre switchbacks before they make the run down towards the Afgri bus stop. Maguire checks over the shoulder. Tunstall checks on Sawyer. Come pouring through the bus stop at the bottom of the hill. Into the Napa Auto Parts dropper. Through that off cam, a little lick of the outside curve from Sawyer that time by, trying to open up the racetrack and put some pressure on the guys in front of him. And Liam Kane is just untouchable out front at the moment. A second the gap he holds over Maguire as they come up the hill. For last year's KA3 Junior West Australian State Champ. As we're about to cross over the halfway point. 8.5 laps down, 8.5 to go here. A KA3 Light, brought to you by Bunbury Kartworks. Ten down, 7 to go. We watch on Michael Jones and Holly Patrizzi. Currently running 5th and 6th on track. They're watching the battles happening in front of them. As Eli Tunstall starting to go fast once again. He just set the fastest lap of the race a moment ago. Tunstall to a 34.61. Last time across was a 34.74. So he made up a bit of time and then lost a bunch to the back of Hugh Maguire in second. As Tunstall in the 46 machine sits in third right now. Coming down on the back straight in towards the Afgri bus stop. Maguire still checking on Tunstall. Knows he's there, but he's managing to hold on to a bit of a gap at the moment as this race well and truly settling down into a processional. Following as they bring it out of the bottom corner up the RGR main straightaway. Liam Kane leading the way in the number 6 KF kart. He's flashing in and out of screen. Followed by Maguire, Tunstall and Sawyer. Further behind, here's Liam Kane, your race leader. Newly forging his way in the senior category. And he's been at the pointy end most of the year so far after bursting onto the scene with a state championship win in KA3 Junior down at Western Kart Club last year in some frantic finals that brought the previous leaders throughout the weekend unstuck. Kane up the hill, 4 to go. With the number 6 KF kart, the youngster from Bunbury. Fastest qualifier in this morning's session. Spent a few years through the junior ranks where he built his craft and developed his skills. Now joins the Kit Foster Kart racing team and is soldiering on forward. We are 3.5 laps from home for Kane. He's out to 0.8 of a second. Maguire has been reeling him in, but only by the smallest of margins each lap. Last time across, 34.73 to a 34.65 between Kane and Maguire. This time by a 7.0 to a 6.1. The gap comes down to just shy of 0.7 of a second as we follow Tunstall and Sawyer through the kart centre switchbacks. This is the fight for 3rd and 4th, I should say. Tunstall checks over his shoulder and notices Sawyer. He goes to the inside to cover. It's going to slow him down coming through the off-camber though. Sawyer's going to peak to the inside sometime soon, I'm sure, as they make the run towards the Great Southern Fuels Bowl. And up the hill onto the RGR main straightaway. 2 to go. Tunstall still watching that number 96 Sarah Kart. Sawyer's a smart young kid. He'll jump on the final lap and catch Tunstall when he thinks he's got it in hand. Out of the switchbacks onto the main straightaway. Little look from Tunstall again. Every time you look over your shoulder, you're going to slow yourself down at this rate. Kane and Maguire absolutely gone. 0.6 of a second between them. Maguire doesn't have enough in can to close the gap as we come up. Last lap board is out. 1 to go as they come up the hill. Kane, Maguire, Tunstall and Sawyer. 700 metres from home in Heat 1 of KA3 Senior Light. And Sawyer still trying to shape up a move on the back of Eli Tunstall. Watch for a move at the bottom of the hill into the Afgri bus stop. He's not close enough though, and Tunstall will hold on to the spot. We go back to Liam Kane as he leads the way into the bottom section of the racetrack here at Midwest Kart Club, the RGR Road Haulage Raceway. Sawyer faces it. Oh, Sawyer tries it, but Tunstall covers it off. Checkered flag will fly. Liam Kane takes a win in Heat 1 from Hugh Maguire in 2. Eli Tunstall in 3. Surviving a late challenge from Jay Sawyer in P4. Michael Jones makes it P5 from Holly Patrizzi in 6. Brandon Duncombe in 7. Tyler Smith in the 8. Josh Healy in 9. Lucas Gaelic in 10. Jaden Hyde rounding out the 11. Looks like Trent Mann and Aiden Passmore might have came together right at the end of that one, crashing on the final lap. So that's a wrap for KA3 Senior Light Heat 1, brought to you by Bunbury Kartworks, and it was a race of attrition for some of our front-end contenders. And we'll check out the action replay. That was their opening lap pandemonium down at the bottom of the hill between Passmore and Nicholson that brought those two unstuck and off to the back of the field. And these are two names we're expecting at the front. And that wrote the story for the rest of the race. Big losers out of that one were also Luke and Ichi. Absolutely lost out. We'll be back on deck next with Cadet 9's proudly brought to you by Sealing Works in just a couple of moments. This is 4Star Media's coverage of the 2020 WA Kart Championship from RGR Road Haulage Raceway here at Midwest Kart Club, proudly presented by Patience Sandland. We'll be back with Cadet 9's for Heat 1 in just a moment.
The Kart Centre is Perth's premier karting and function centre. If you're looking for a new and exciting venue for fully catered team building, birthday parties or corporate functions, this is the destination for you. The Kart Centre, only 10 minutes away from Carousel.
He does. King, oh! It's a wild ride and King in the dirt.
The Kart Centre is Perth's premier karting and function centre. If you're looking for a new and exciting venue for fully catered team building, birthday parties or corporate functions, this is the destination for you. The Kart Centre, only 10 minutes away from Carousel.
Cadet 9s on track, getting set for their first heat race of the weekend. Proudly brought to you by Sealing Works Australia, proud sponsors of the youngest category in West Australian karting. The youngsters going to take it to the track, and a field of 7 joins us for the West Australian Kart Championships this weekend. Campbell Thompson, your fastest qualifier from this morning's session, lines up on the pole spot alongside Chase Webb in second. William Kellick-Chen and Lucas Kellick-Chen third and fourth on the grid. From Joel Blackman in P5, then Leroy Toon and Xander Edgington as we go racing. Lights out and away. Thompson from the pole spot leads the field into turn 1 from Webb in second. As they make their run down towards the Kart Centre switchbacks. The youngsters getting in and amongst it. Doing it in style and Cadet 9s. You can go racing from such a young age these days. You can get behind the wheel of a go-kart at the age of 7 and having a crack at it before you progress through the ranks in the junior years. One day, end up like some of the senior racers who put on these stellar shows in KA and 125 classes respectively. Even one day into KZ2 will make the progression into full-size open wheel and sedan racing cars. But it's Thompson leading the way in the early stages of Heat 1 here. Chase Webb trying to run with him at the moment as they come onto the back straight down towards the Afri bus stop. And these two are going to put on a bit of a show all weekend long, fighting it out in our Cadet 9s field as they make their way down in towards the bottom of the racetrack. Great battle going on for the remaining placings here in Cadet 9. Brought to you by Sealing Works Australia. We follow along Leroy Toon, Joel Blackman and Xander Edgington fighting it out for 5th, 6th and 7th on the road. Duking it out here. Joel's, I think, the youngest of this group of drivers. I mean, they're all pint-sized as they are. Toon and Blackman on bumper to bumper coming out of the kart centre switchbacks. Edgington just trying to look for a way around at the moment. They'll come down towards the bus stop. Whoa, bumping into each other down through the bus stop. Edgington wants to find a way around. At the pointy end though, it's Campbell Thompson leading Chase Webb from William and then Lucas Kalik Chen as they come up the RGR main straightaway. But this battle pack, the closest we have on track, Leroy in the 37 Ricardo kart, spending his club day racing with the 4-stroke cadets and having a run with them. But enjoys his time racing at the big shows with the Mini Rock engines as we follow along with Campbell leading the way in the 51 KF kart. For the KF kart team, it was your fastest qualifier. Made himself, or at least made mum and dad $50 richer this morning. And Chase Webb for Flat Out Karts from West Coast Civil running in 2nd with the Arrow X5 chassis. And William and Lucas Kalik Chen rocking the Arrow X4s in 3rd and 4th. We follow Campbell up into the kart centre switchbacks. This is 3rd place on the road at the moment. The 20 Arrow X4 of William Kalik Chen making his way down towards the Afgri bus stop. Having a bit of a lonely drive out there as well. He's got lots of clean air in front for Thompson and Webb, and a lot of clean air behind to his brother Lucas, followed by Leroy, Joel and Xander. We are 7 laps to go, 8 laps down, 9 to go. Campbell Thompson down the line last time by. Ten laps completed, 7 to go for Campbell Thompson. Last time across the line, we catch this trio running up the main straight, the RGR straight in towards the Patience Sandland sweeper. Leroy Toon, Joel Blackman and Xander Edgington still held together by this big old invisible rubber band, chasing each other through the kart centre switchbacks and onto the back straight down towards the Afgri bus stop. Toon has the advantage at the moment over Blackman and Edgington. Out of the bus stop into the off camber at the Napa dropper. We're going to go 3 wide almost into the hairpins through the Great Southern Fuels Bowl. Great racing going on in our Cadet 9s. It might be a small field, but they'll put on a great show nonetheless. Leroy Toon still has the advantage over his mates Joel and Xander in 5th, 6th and 7th as Campbell Thompson just clicks off his 12th lap of the race with just a few laps left to go here in Heat 1. There'll be a lot of racing and a lot of laps these kids get underneath their belts this weekend here at Midwest Kart Club on the RGR Road Haulage Raceway. 17-lap heat race is a 23-lap third heat. Oh, that almost came unstuck there. Joel on Leroy, and Xander had to button out of it as well. But we'll grab Campbell Thompson, making his way out of the Great Southern Fuels Bowl in 51 KF Kart Racing Team entry. Chase Webb in the 33 West Coast Civil Machine back there in second. And it's 4 to go for Thompson this time by. Two laps to go for Campbell Thompson as he comes up the RGR main straightaway. 1.4 Ks from a finish in the first heat for Cadet 9s, proudly presented by Sealing Works Australia. Campbell makes his way out of the kart centre switchbacks down towards the Afgri bus stop. Making his way out of the Great Southern Fuels Bowl. Last lap board is out. 1 to go for Campbell Thompson as we follow along Chase Webb as he comes up the RGR main straight. Sliding the kart through the Patience Sandland sweeper before diving down the hill into the kart centre switchbacks and onto the main back straight on the way towards the Afgri bus stop. We grab Campbell Thompson through the bottom end of the racetrack for the final time as he makes his way through the Great Southern Fuels Bowl. Chase trying to follow him along as the checkered flag is out and flying. Campbell Thompson claims a win here in Heat 1 of Cadet 9s. Chase Webb home in second. William Caleb Chen will bring it out of the bottom corner and up the hill, the RGR main straightaway to claim third. His brother Lucas will charge home for P4. And there's great battle further behind as they bring it out of the bowl here. 5th, 6th and 7th, Leroy Toon, Joel Blackman and Xander Edgington ran out your finishing order for Cadet 9's Heat 1.
The Kart Centre is Perth's premier karting and function centre. If you're looking for a new and exciting venue for fully catered team building, birthday parties or corporate functions, this is the destination for you. The Kart Centre, only 10 minutes away from Carousel.
KA3 Junior coming out on track and swinging. 20 drivers. Brought to you by B Sport, sponsors of the KA3 Juniors this weekend for the WA Kart Championships. Defending state champion not in contention this weekend as Liam Kane bumped into the KA3 senior categories for 2020. And we have a huge snarling pack of new drivers ready to take it to the front. Noah Lyle starting on the pole spot here alongside Caleb Sumich on second, Thomas Lawton on third from Joshua Byrne, P4. And then Deckers, West, Kaiulo, Davis, Stefanovic and Smith rounding out your top 10. That's just half of them as the lights get set, but where they do not go out. No start that time by. We'll go through the remainder of your field. Lincoln Drew will start from P11, Gabriel Balanka from P12. Luke Sawyer will start from P13. James McCucci-Allen from 14. Connor Gray from 15. Then Mason Fraser, Billy Duncho, Bree Rhodes, Tristan Gray, and Tyson Sadler will round out your starting order. And we get set to send them again. The fastest category. You can compete at a state level in juniors under the age of 16, KA3 Junior on track. They'll hold a blistering pace. Set for the lights and they are out. We are racing. Noah Lyle from the pole spot leads the field into turn one. Sumich and Lawton try and go with him. Lawton's on the outside in turn two. And he has to counter. Bit of action happening further back in the kart center switchbacks. And two drivers looking to rejoin the pack here. Alex Stefanovic and another one of the KF karts getting caught up in the switchbacks, and they go to the very back of the train. That looks like Nicholas Smith involved in that one too, but it's Noah Lyle, your leader on lap one. And Caleb Sumich in second, Thomas Lawton in third. Joshua Byrne in P4, rocking the bright red suit. Aiden Deckers P5 from Robert West, Donnie Davis, Jack Kaiulo, Gabriel Balanka and Lincoln Drew rounding out your top 10. Lyle leads Sumich and Lawton down towards the Ackery bus stop into the Napa Parts dropper. All the way to the outside. Lyle trying to make sure he builds a bit of a buffer early. But Lawton and Sumich going with him at this rate. Early days yet into a 17-lap heat race. Lyle checks over his shoulder as he comes up the RGR main straight. Thomas Lawton that time by the fastest of the top three with a 34.65. He's 1.5 tenths quicker than Lyle was on that lap as they come down towards the bus stop. So Noah isn't getting away with it just yet. Sumich and Lawton trying to put the pressure on and build a buffer over Byrne back there in P4. Out of the Great Southern Fuels Bowl and making the run towards the RGR main straight. Look at the gap they're building over Byrne back there in P4 with the red suit and the Tony kart. Further back, Byrne now dropping spots. He's lost 2, 3, 4 spots even from Kaiulo. With Sumich in hot pursuit of Noah Lyle, putting the pressure on as they come out of the bowl. Lyle's on the defensive line, trying to cover it off. We'll grab him as they come up the RGR main straightaway. Sumich just can't get it close enough on the run up the straight. Pull up alongside into the Patience Sandland sweeper. But it's Lyle out of the switchbacks onto the back straight, down towards the bus stop. Sumich bogs it down on the exit a little bit. Lawton's right there to put pressure on. We'll go back to Robert West and Donnie Davis. The pair of KF karts, 5th and 6th on the road. Jack Kaiulo back there in P7. And Josh Byrne all the way down to P8 now. Lincoln Drew and Gabriel Balanka, 9 and 10. Lawton trying to put some pressure on Sumich through the kart center switchbacks. Lost a bit of time there. And Sumich has a look over his shoulder. And they're both giving away time to Noah Lyle now. So Noah trying to build his buffer out front at the moment. Continue charging out front. He's opened it up for 0.3 of a second last time by. Now Noah Lyle that time across a 34.43. Trying to open up to a 33.6 tenths of a second advantage last time across. Sumic is trying his best to go with him. They just notice a retirement from James McCucci. Allen Sands rear bumper coming down the straightaway slowly into the in-grid. We pick up the 33 of Aiden Deckers back there in the 4th spot from Robert West in P5. Donnie Davis back there in the 6th from Jack Hayulo in the 7th. The top 3 though, unable to open up the gaps between them. As Lyle brings it down the back straight towards the bus stop. Sumic starting to really pour the pressure on as they come out of the dropper. Lawton's right there as well. They want to get angsty now. Lyle can sense them coming, covers off the inside line through the bowl. He gets a great run off the bowl though and powers away from Sumic on the exit. Sumic covers off any challenge from Lawton because he was slow coming up the hill that time by. And just as we think the race is going to happen at the front, Noah Lyle pulls out a little something extra and opens up a couple more car lengths. As they head down the back straight, Sumic is on the defensive. Lawton with a late move. Big job from Thomas Lawton. Gets it done on Sumic into the Afgri bus stop. And now can the number 30 Tony Kart put any pressure on your race leader? Thomas Lawton for TuneTech Auto Service Centre. With the OTKWA prepared Tony Kart. Trying to charge forward onto the back of Noah Lyle, but Sumic still wants to have a discussion about second. It's going to slow them both down and let Noah Lyle skip away a little bit further. So we're halfway home. Sumic tries to counter another late move up the inside into the bus stop. Textbook execution from Caleb Sumic there. But this will frustrate both of them because they're slowing each other down and letting Noah Lyle get away with the race lead. Deckers goes on by, Robert West behind, and we pick up Donnie Davis leading Jack Hayulo at the moment with Joshua Byrne behind them. Byrne not having a great race here. Going down a couple of spots, a few laps in. The KA3 Junior Heat 1 for the weekend for the 2020 WA Kart Championship presented by Patience Sandland. Fast lap of the race, a 34.4 from Thomas Lawton. But he's unable to make his moves forward as we follow Hayulo and Byrne up the RGR main straightaway. Donnie Davis is actually closing up onto the back of Robert West in that shot. We'll pick up the battle for second. Noah Lyle is clearing out from these two and leaving them to fight it out between themselves. Sumic and Lawton fighting for second and third as they come out of the bus stop. Into the Napa Parts dropper. Through the Great Southern Fuels Bowl they go. Lawton trying to put some pressure on Sumic. It'll be 5 laps to go this time by as they come up the RGR straight. Noah Lyle dominant in his performance so far. 3.5 kilometres of racing left to go. Last time they came across the line. Aiden Deckers has been making inroads on this battle pack though. Checking the lap times. Last time across Deckers with a 34.6. Sumic and Lawton with a 34.5 and 34.7. Deckers might fancy a piece of Thomas Lawton here. He was 0.7 of a second adrift though. So he might be a bit too far back. It just looks nice and close when they get into the tight stuff. We follow the 33 KF kart of Deckers as he makes his way into the kart centre switchbacks. Was 4 to go last time across. Caleb Sumic is trying to mount a charge onto the back of Noah Lyle. Last time across for Noah, 34.7. Sumic with a 34.5. There's 4.2 of a second between them. Caleb Sumic is on a mission. Out of the Great Southern Fuels Bowl they go. Trying to chase down the number 4 Flat Out Karts and Arise Racing entry out front. Rocking the Arrow X5 chassis. Last time across there was 0.08 of a second between them on their lap speed. The gap closes up to 3.4. Thomas Lawton sees something happening. He can smell a bit of blood in the water and wants to go for it as well. And that leaves Deckers trying to chase him down. 34.6 for Deckers. He was the second slowest of that top four. The slowest being Lyle. He's starting to taper off towards the end of this 17-lapper. So they come up the RGR main straightaway. 2 laps to go. Sumich and Lawton not quite within striking distance just yet, but it's going to take a big move to get it done. As they come through the switchbacks for the kart centre, onto the main straightaway. Not close enough to get anything done. Under brakes into the bus stop that time by. But Sumich is right on the rear bumper of Noah Lyle. Noah loves to make the number 4 kart nice and wide for his competitors. See if they can put any pressure on. Up the RGR straight for one more time. The last lap board is out. 1 to go for Noah Lyle ahead of Caleb Sumich and Thomas Lawton. Second and third. Into the switchbacks they go. Trying to put some pressure on, but Noah Lyle looks like a cool customer out front. Check of the shoulder as they head down the back straight, but Sumich couldn't pull it to the inside and force a move up the inside there. And he'll stay second as they head into the bottom of the racetrack. Lyle covers off the line extra tight through the bowl for the final time. Checkered flag is out and waiting. Noah Lyle makes it a win for Heat 1 in KA3 Junior. Caleb Sumich home in second. Thomas Lawton home for third. Aidan Decker's in fourth, and Robert West rounds out your top 5. Donnie Davis in the 6th. Jack Caiullo in 7. And Joshua Byrne in 8. Tyson Sadler in 9. And Gabriel Belanca rounding out your top 10. We are on deck with Tag 125 Light, proudly presented by Flat Out Karts on track, and this will be an absolute cracker of a race. 25 drivers take to the track in an ultra high quality field of West Australia's best drivers in 125 Light here this weekend to contend the West Australian Kart Championship. We had defending state champion Cody Loonan in the field. However, he does start in this race all the way down in 19th place after qualifying with a 33.603. Your fastest qualifier, Sam Dicker, with a 33.1 in this morning's session. starts on the pole spot alongside Kieran Ellis in the 39 KF kart. Kip Foster, the wily old fox, will start from P3, from Aiden Passmore in P4, Shay Thompson from 5, Hugh Maguire in 6, then Ash Morrissey, Luca Nietzsche, Lewis Reed and Ryan Nicholson will round out your top 10. That is a set of names. Oh, problems for Ellis in the field though. And they are going to go around. Ellis has an issue and is getting pushed along by Damon Papasergio. Great sportsmanship coming from Damon Papasergio at the moment, but Ellis is having issues and the 39 has come to a stop. Heartbreaking way to start your weekend campaign here for Kieran Ellis. He's trying to get it going, but he will miss the formation line, and I believe that will put him out of position even if he does get it going. But the field is going to come on around. So the number 2 spot on the grid will be left vacant as we bring him around, this time by Sam Dicker. Gets a free pass on the outside line. We watch for the lights to go out and send us racing. Off and underway, big gaggle through the midfield. Dicker gets away though, and has to drop to second as Passmore gets a fantastic start in the opening couple of corners. Aiden Passmore leads away down the hill from Dicker and Foster, then Maguire tucking in behind him. I think that's Ash Morrissey in the top 5 as well. Shay Thompson in 6. Jason Betts looking like he's lost his rear bumper in the 77 machine. Oh, and Jason Betts, no good deed goes unpunished for Jason. At the back of the pack, he was helping Kieran Ellis get up the hill and now has had his rear bumper swiftly removed from the back of his car. Here he goes to the back of the train. We'll follow along the race, so it's Passmore from Dicker, Foster, Maguire, Morrissey, Thompson, Nietzsche, Lewis Reed, then a pair of KF karts of Stephen Scoble and Ryan Nicholson. That is a set of names as they come up the RGR main straightaway. Aiden Passmore leads away. Shay Thompson is the fastest on track at the moment. A 33.8 for Thompson, all the way back in the 6th spot. But it's Aiden Passmore leading the way down the hill. Sam Dicker trying to chase him. Kip Foster tucked right in there in 3rd at the moment. The veteran of the field will be keeping a mind on him about where the youngsters are placing themselves around him. But watch this man to start making moves as the weekend progresses. The number 20 KF kart up the hill. The man behind the KF kart brand, Kip Foster, putting pressure on. He's got Hugh Maguire behind him in P4, Ash Morrissey in P5, then Thompson, Nietzsche and Reed. 6, 7 and 8. Stephen Scoble and Ryan Nicholson round out your top 10. We follow along. It's Passmore and Dicker starting to put some pressure on each other at the pointy end. Foster tucking in behind Dicker as they head through the bottom section of the racetrack, through the Great Southern Fuels Bowl. We come onto the RGR main straightaway. 4 laps complete, 13 to go in Heat 1 of Tag 125 Light, thanks to Flat Out Karts. Starting to bunch up at the pointy end of the field here. Passmore is looking a bit like a cork in the bottle right now. He's got Dicker, Foster, Maguire and Morrissey all stacking up behind him as they come out of the kart centre switchbacks. Foster shaping up a move on the back of Dicker, but Dicker covers off the inside line at the bus stop as they come into the Napa Parts dropper. Dicker just choking up Kip Foster right now. Maguire trying to put pressure on him. Foster wants to get a move on. He's the fastest on track at 33.584. Last time by, here he goes to the inside in the Patience Sandland sweeper. And Kip Foster fires one up the inside of Sam Dicker. Nicely done. Puts himself up into second. Now sets his sights forward on the back end of the 41 Flat Out Karts entry of Aiden Passmore for Exmouth Hardware. Probably our furthest northern-based driver competing this weekend in the 2020 WA Kart Championship. Leading the way at the moment as they come out of the Great Southern Fuels Bowl. But Foster has some kart speed underneath him. Look at the gap he's made up onto the back of Passmore already as they come off the end of the Arjar main straightaway. Dicker and Maguire further behind. Morrissey just at the back of that pack in P5. Luca Nietzsche further back, just out of frame, holding down the 6th spot from Shea Thompson in P7 and Lewis Reed in P8. We're watching Passmore and Foster chasing each other around at the pointy end of the field at the moment. Kip Foster looking for a way around as they come onto the RGR main straightaway. Foster peeks to the inside, goes for a move. Nice and tidy up the inside. Kip Foster claims the race lead here for the number 20 KF kart. Going to start really opening up the taps. Let's see what the wily old fox really has for kart speed. As he leaves Passmore, Dicker, Maguire and Morrissey behind. Already opened up a couple of kart lengths over Passmore as they come through the Great Southern Fuels Bowl. Halfway home, 8 laps remaining of this 17-lap Heat 1. We'll go further back to Luca Nietzsche, holding down the 6th spot. He came from 8th on the grid, so a couple of moves made up there for Luca. Looking to make amends for the shocker he had in his KA3 race earlier on in today. Big move up the inside from Lewis Reed on Shea Thompson. That slowed each other down though. And Stephen Scoble snuck in for that one. Scoble up the inside. That's a late move for Scobes with the 34 machine. Gets it done. Stephen Scoble was a surprise of how fast he wasn't going in qualifying earlier today. He's been making his way through the field slowly. Up to 7th as we go back to Kip Foster out front. Foster down to a 33.6 that time by. He's opening up the taps and stretching out. It's almost a half a second advantage he has over Aiden Passmore and Sam Dicker at the moment, who is still holding back Maguire and Morrissey, tucking in right behind him. As they come onto the RGR main straightaway, Foster checks over his shoulder. We'll be watching here as Passmore and Dicker following each other around and having a bit of a discussion about who wants to be 2nd and 3rd on the road today. A personal best lap of the race that time by from Sam Dicker, a 33.6 in the back half of the race. Tells me he's got quite a cold setup on the kart. Let it run faster and faster in these long races. Could be one to watch come a 23 lapper in Heat 3 and a 28 lapper for the final big dance this weekend. As they come up the RGR main straightaway, Passmore has another look over the shoulder. So does Dicker, so does Maguire. Morrissey knows he's got clean air behind. And the number 89, Sarah Cart. Grabbing a quick shot of Luca Nietzsche there. He's managed to drop off the back of Stephen Scoble and hold on to the 6th spot from Scoble in P7. As the gaps at the pointy end starting to open up, just a couple of kart lengths appearing between Passmore and Dicker. A couple more back to Maguire. And a short distance back to Morrissey. They're starting to spread out a little bit inside your top 5 as Kip Foster is opening up the taps. Almost 0.8 of a second, the advantage that he has over Aiden Passmore right now. With just over 3 laps left to go in 125 Light Heat 1, thanks to Flat Out Karts. leaders coming through the Great Southern Fuels Bowl on the way towards embarking on their final lap of the circuit here at RGR Road Haulage Raceway. Foster leads with 1 to go. Passmore and Dicker comfortably second and third at the moment. Hugh Maguire back there in P4 and Ash Morrissey rounding out your 5. The flat-out karts pairing of Passmore and Dicker is consolidating second and third on the road, but no one's been able to stop Kit Foster here in Heat 1 so far. He didn't have the fastest qualifying time, but he put himself where he needed to be. And Kit Foster onto the RGR main straight for the final time claims a win here in Heat 1 of 125 Light. Aidan Passmore home for second. Samuel Dicker in third. Hugh Maguire in 4. Ash Morrissey rounds out your top 5. From Luca Nietzsche in 6. Stephen Scoble in 7. Then Lewis Reed and Dylan Favola 8 and 9. Ryan Nicholson rounds out your top 10.
The Kart Centre is Perth's premier karting and function centre. If you're looking for a new and exciting venue for fully catered team building, birthday parties or corporate functions, this is the destination for you. The Kart Centre, only 10 minutes away from Carousel.
Cadet 12 on track, getting set to go in a field of 21 ripping youngsters. Going to come put on a show here. Unfortunately, we did lose Chase Wildman from the starting grid in the formation laps. Although he has got the kart going, the 77 Sabre Real Estate Tony kart has got running. But he'll be well off the back of the pack, presuming they might get a race start this time by. Red lights are on, and it's a pair of energy course karts on the front row. Stardy and Webster. Lights out, we are racing. Ferraro, defending state champ, slips through as Webster didn't get a phenomenal start there. He's going to get hung out to dry. He might get pushed aside by Radford as well. Radford goes off the road and rejoins in the switchbacks. Good recovery there from Radford, but now he finds himself a couple of kart lengths further back than where he wanted to be, as Nash Ferraro leads the way. Nicholas Stardy into second as they come out of the bus stop. Webster in third. Sachin Smith Way in the 4th spot. Looks like Toby Mayolo in P5 will pick him up as they come around onto the RGR main straight. It's Ferraro, Starty, Webster, Smith Way, Mayolo back there in P5. Zane Rhodes in 6th, rocking the bright orange BRM kart. Nash Ferraro, the youngster from Maruna, absolutely going for it out front. Chase Wildman is pulled aside at the bottom of the racetrack. Seems like the problems that plagued him trying to get that kart started have resurfaced, unfortunately, for the youngster in the Sabre Real Estate number 77 Tony kart. And he has a DNF here in race 1. Problems also for Ashton Sprague. He's gone well down the order, but it's Nash Ferraro out front trying to build a buffer already. Nicholas Stardy and Hoppershoot in second, and Sachin Smith Way in the 3rd spot. Webster in P4, and Toby Mayolo rounding out your top 5. We've got 3 energy course karts inside the top 5. 1 OTK leading the way of Ferraro and the Lone Arrow. Or is it a Paralyn? Watch for the red tubes in the chassis of Sachin Smith Way. Right smack bang in the middle of it in 3rd. As they bring it around the Great Southern Fuels Bowl. Ferraro trying to build a buffer, but Starty is closing the gap. Last time across, a 38.3 for Nicholas Starty, putting the pressure on Nash now as they come out of the Patience Sandland sweeper. Closing the gap. Ferraro looks a little bit closer, a little bit quicker through the first half of the lap, but loses time in the bottom end of the racetrack here. The number 16 Pinjarra Bakery FA kart for the youngster from Maruna. Behind him, Smith Way holding on to 3rd now. Webster down to the 4th spot. Ferraro has a little check over his shoulder as they come out of the bowl. Up the RGR main straightaway. We are 12 laps to go for Ferraro out front. 1.5 tenths of a second clear of Starty as they come into the switchbacks. Smith Way has like a little issue with his NASA panel. Seems to be flapping in the breeze. Might just have flapping sticker work coming off the NASA panel of that kart, but it definitely does look like it's barely holding on at the front there for Sachin Smith Way. The youngster still holds on to 3rd. Jack Webster in P4, Toby Mayolo in P5, Zane Rhodes and Connor Radford 6th and 7. Cooper Lyle in the 8th spot, Baylor Reardon in 9, and William Campbell rounding out your top 10 as we follow along with Sachin Smith Way and Jack Webster. Into the Patience Sandland sweeper. Webster trying to find a way around. Peeking around the outside isn't going to help here. As we grab Ferraro and Stardy down the back straight. Back to Smith Way and Webster fighting for 3rd and 4th. Under brakes into the bus stop. They make their way into the Great Southern Fuels Bowl. Ferraro doesn't want to have any fight or discussion about the race lead. He just wants to open this one up, but Starty trying to go with him. Young Nicholas really has something special at this racetrack. Ferraro goes very defensive on the way into the sweeper at turn 1, and that allows Starty to close up a bit of a gap. This is where Ferraro's quicker though, so he's got to be careful not to give away the advantage that he has and start bringing Starty back into the fight for the race lead, where he could be driving away from him at this part of the lap. Because the bottom of the hill is where Nicholas is a little bit quicker at the moment. As we came down, 10 to go last time across. We'll check on the gap. Last time it was 1.3 tenths of a second between Ferraro and Starty. Coming up the hill, they lapped 0.02 of a second apart on their lap speed. This time across, it's 2.3 tenths of a second. Ferraro opens up a bit more of a gap. 38.63 to a 38.73 between Ferraro and Starty. Smith way back there in P3 is now lapping quicker than Jack Webster in the 4 spot. Toby Maiolo having a lonely drive in P5 as he just barely flashes in the back of your shot there from Zane Rhodes in P6 and that bright orange BRM chassis, the number 26 rocking the black plates. And Connor Radford further behind there in P7. Cooper Lyle makes 8. Bailey Reardon in the 9 from William Campbell in 10. Jordan Clee in 11. Jet McDonald in the 12 spot. Lachlan Clee in 13. From Ryan Warner and Riley Curry making your top 15 in our 21 kart field for Cadet 12 was brought to you by Eco Resources. And down the hill goes Nash Ferraro, the youngster from Maruna, on his state championship title defense here this weekend. He started off the weekend in fine form, qualifying inside the top few karts to put himself in prime position. And he's leading the way here in Heat 1 of racing. But your fastest qualifier, Nicholas Starty, monstering him up the straight. Ferraro moves aside, but he holds on to the spot here. Starty stays back in second, putting pressure on as we are 7 laps to go. Last time they came across the line. Ferraro and Starty having a bit of a discussion about the race lead now. We want to be careful at this point of the race. They don't want to bring each other unstuck because that'll really put them back in the points. And a horrid way to start your weekend off. Ferraro covering off the inside line again. This allows Starty to really close up in the middle of the corner. But Nash is lucky. He still gets good drive coming out of the Patience Sandland sweeper. As they head onto the back straight. Into the bottom end of the racetrack. They're managing to hold on to the gap that they have over the rest of the field. 1.3 seconds further back to Sachin Smith way in third. Another few tenths further back to Jack Webster in P4, but it's Ferraro and Starty up the RGR main straight once again. 5 to go this time by for Cadet 12, Heat 1. Ferraro is still continuing to check on the status of young Nicholas behind him as they come up the RGR main straight. Doesn't seem nervous in his body language, but he is looking around, making sure he knows where Nicholas is at all times as they come onto the back straight now. Between them, 1.1 tenths of a second. Ferraro set his personal best lap the last time across, but Starty is quicker. A 38.48 last time for Nicholas Starty to a 38.56 for Nash Ferraro. As they head into the bottom section through the Great Southern Fuels Bowl. 3 to go for your race leaders as they come onto the RGR main straightaway. This is Heat 1 for Cadet 12s. Lots of racing to get through the weekend yet before we get to the big one to decide who will be this year's West Australian State Champion. onto the back straight. Last time by 2.2 tenths of a second separated them. They had a quick lap and then they had a dreadful lap, 38.7 and 38.8 for your lead pair respectively, matching the pace of the karts behind them of Sachin and Jack. As everyone in the top 5 is around the 38.7s to 38.8s last time across. The lap time starting to drop off in the closing stage of this one. We pick up Sachin Smith Way coming up the hill from Jack Webster in hot pursuit. That's the battle for 3rd and 4th. Toby Maiolo a little bit further behind in P5 from Zane Rhodes in 6th. Nobody unable to make any moves and put any pressure on the front here as the opening laps kind of decided this one. We continue on, just 1.5 laps left to go for your leaders. Less than that now for Ferraro and Stardy, making their way into the bowl for the second to final time. Last lap board is out to collect your leaders. Up the main straight. Last lap board is out. 1 to go. Ferraro quickly covers off the inside line from Stardy, who's got plenty of motor on board the number 15 Energy Course chassis. Putting the pressure on as they come out of the kart centre switchbacks. Ferraro checks over his shoulder on Stardy. He doesn't want to go up the inside under brakes down at the Afgri bus stop. Into the Great Southern Fuels Bowl for the final time. Ferraro covers off an inside line chance from Stardy. Looks over his shoulder, but Stardy's got the motor. The checkered flag is out. They're going to go side by side to the line. Nash Ferraro gets it by 12 thousandths of a second. All the way to the line there. Heat 1 of Cadet 12s is done. Ferraro gets to win. Stardy 2nd. Sachin Smith Way 3rd. Jack Webster 4th. Toby Maiolo rounds out the top 5. Zane Rhodes in 6th, from Connor Radford in 7th. Cooper Lyle in the 8th spot. Bailey Reardon in 9th, and Jet McDonald rounds out your top 10.
with your guardian to the field turn, please. Access 5 with your guardian to the field turn, please.
KA4 Junior Light getting set to go here in a field of 20 drivers takes to the track for Heat 1 of their weekend. Noah Lyle, the fastest qualifier from this morning's session, will start on the pole spot and will lead the field on lap 1. Riley Watkins, a surprise from this morning's qualifying session, lines his arrow machine up on P2 on the grid, ahead of Aiden Deckers on third. Sebastian Guest was another surprise in there to be that fast, and at the pointy end of the field, he goes P4. Thomas Lawton, P5. From Jackson Mitchell Rosenauer, P6. And the rest of the field goes racing as lights are out, and we are underway. Lyle and Watkins go through side by side. One of the KF cars trying to get through. Oh, no, all off at turn 1. Clean up at turn 1. One of the Guesty boys, the 45 of Guesty there. Jackson Mitchell Rosenauer is in the dirt as well. Lockie Adams and James McCucci Allen stuck on each other. How do you even unpack that one? James McCucci Allen. So Noah Lyle leads the way. Aiden Deckers in second. Thomas Lawton in third as they head onto the back straightaway. Noah Lyle leads the way up the hill with 15 to go. Yes. Following along with Noah Lyle and Aiden Deckers out front, trying to open up a gap over Thomas Lawton. Dylan Guest in the 50 kart has taken his brother's place in the 4th spot, as unfortunately young Sebastian found himself come a cropper at turn 1, and it was just 10 karts all trying to occupy the same piece of real estate. Never works out. Riley Gray in P5. Ethan Traeger in the 6th spot from Lincoln Fallows in the 7. Riley Watkins got shuffled all the way back to P8 after starting on the front row. Jack Barham in P9, Kay Davey in 10 from Henry Patience, Mitchell Campbell and Luke Fraser rounding out your top 13 as we follow along with Thomas Lawton, who's starting to get like he's looking a bit big for a KA4 Junior Light kart. And it's one of the little parts about racing in junior categories is you continue to grow in your younger years, and eventually Thomas will find himself in junior heavy and then finding himself exclusively racing KA3 Junior before he steps into a senior category. We follow along. Aiden Deckers, the fastest on track at 37.4. Lyle up the hill. 12 to go. Deckers in hot pursuit at the moment. Now Noah Lyle resets a fast lap of the race at 37.442. Trying to open up the gaps as your top 5 and 6 really spread themselves out around the track. We'll follow along with Thomas Lawton down towards the Afgri bus stop, having a look around the number 30 machine, the TuneTech Auto Service Centre, ahead of Dylan Guest and the number 50 Birrell Art chassis. just looks very slow coming off the hairpin. But he currently holds on to P4 from Ethan Traeger in P5. And Riley Gray in P6.
With your guardian to the steward turn, please. Action 5 with your guardian to the steward turn, please.
Well, 7 laps completed, 10 to go for Noah Lyle and Aiden Deckers. First and second out front, we follow Deckers with the 33 KF kart. Presented by Flora Plant. Deckers makes his way into the bottom end of the racetrack. Lyle stretching it out. Almost the second advantage he has over Deckers, who just looks very slippery through the Great Southern Fuels Bowl as they come onto the main straightaway. 9 to go. Noah Lyle flexing his muscle and exerting his command on the field here in KA4 Junior Light. As we've seen through recent race meetings here in 2020, Lyle is the man to beat in the Junior Lights class as he continues onwards. Seven to go for Noah Lyle as he comes across now, stretching that gap out. 1.5 seconds over Aiden Deckers. Another 3.1 back to Thomas Lawton in third. 2.6 further back to Dylan Guest in P4. Another second further behind is Ethan Traeger in P5. A second further back again, Riley Watkins into P6. Trying to make a comeback drive after getting caught up on the opening lap all the way down to P10, I believe, on that opening lap. He's back to P6 now. Riley Gray into P7. Jack Parham in P8. K. Davey P9. Lincoln Fallows rounding out your 10 here from Luke Fraser, Mitchell Campbell, Henry Patience, Connor Payne, Wesley Hobson. And we've lost Crystal McClurg, Sebastian Guest, Jackson Mitchell-Rosenauer, Lockie Adams, and James McCucci-Allen out of contention in Heat 1 of KA4 Junior Light, unfortunately for them. We continue to follow along with Aiden Deckers in the 33 Flora Plant KF kart. Coming up the RGR main straightaway. Doing his best, but Noah Lyle is just on another level out there in the KA4 Junior Light field. 4 to go last time they came across. And your top three well and truly spread out around the track. Dylan Guest starting to fall under a bit of pressure from Riley Watkins and Ethan Traeger. Starting to close up that gap to try and make it inside the top 5. will pick up this battle here. Dylan Guest and Riley Watkins, with Ethan Traeger right behind him. 4, 5, and 6 on the road as they come up the RGR main straightaway. Watkins forces one up the inside of Guest, gets it done. Nice comeback drive here from Riley Watkins. Makes his way into P5. He's not going to have enough time to catch the leaders or to catch the next card up the road here. He moves into P4, I should say. Two to go as your race leader. Noah Lyle comes up the hill on the RGR main straightaway. We follow him into turn 1 here through the Patience Sandland sweeper. Just keeping the kart language nice and composed. Through the kart centre, switchbacks and onto the back straight. Down towards the Afgri bus stop for the second to final time. Coming out into the Napa parts dropper and into the bottom end of the racetrack. Last lap board will be out. 1 to go for Noah Lyle as he comes onto the main straight on his final tour of the circuit here in Heat 1 of KA4 Junior Light. Driving on the bottom of the wheel, leaning into the corner and keeping it nice and settled. He's maintained the gap the last few laps to Aiden Deckers behind him. But no one can get close to running with this kid at the moment. KA4 Junior Light is his domain, and he proves that in Heat 1 so far, bringing it through the bottom end of the racetrack for the final time. Checkered flag is out and waiting. Noah Lyle brings it onto the RGR main straightaway to take the win in Heat 1 for KA4 Junior Light. Presented by All Good Racing Karts and Parts. Aiden Deckers comes home for second. Thomas Lawton has a lonely drive home for third. Riley Watkins, a big comeback for this youngster, home for P4. Dylan Guest makes it P5. Ethan Traeger in 6, Kate Davey in 7, Jack Parham 8, Riley Gray in 9, Luke Fraser rounds out your 10.
WA Oaks Performance on track.
Presented by Continental Tires, Wedgfield. Open Performance getting going and underway. 17 laps on the board. Think of the most crazy combination you could bolt onto a go-kart and go racing with, and that's what we get to do here this weekend. Open Performance always puts on a show of power and performance, but they have a huge plethora of different weight brackets that they have to run to try and even out the field and make everyone competitive. Blake Preston out front with the twin TM-powered machine, I believe. Double TM MF3 power plants. 125 power doing the job for Blake Preston out front, the 84 Swiss Hutless machine. The 77 and Nathan Phillips tucking in behind him here. Nathan. Not entirely sure what power plants Nathan's sporting. It is a twin with the crisscross exhaust. As he holds on a second. Corey Hayes back there in the 3 spot. And Corey, I believe, still rocking the Super X30 175cc single speed power plant. Now Preston with a problem. He goes wide at the bottom of the kart center switchbacks and he drops all the way back. That releases Phillips and Hayes to fighting it out. Matt Chambers is the fastest on track in the 78 CRG machine. He currently sits 3rd at the moment, but Preston, not sure what happened there at turn 2, but he gave it away completely and dropped back through the field very quickly. But it's Nathan Phillips leading the way down the RGR straight. Corey Hayes in hot pursuit at the moment. Blake Preston letting another couple of karts go and run wide. So it seems like the issue for Blake Preston, potentially only one engine worth of power running properly here, is the cause of him dropping all the way back through the field. But it's Nathan Phillips leading the way. Corey Hayes in the Super X30 175cc into the 2nd spot. And the number 11 chassis, Matthew Chambers into P3. Greg Campbell into P4 and Daniel Stewart in P5 from Caprice Hall and Blake Preston. Gavin Kennedy out there. We don't have Matt Davis or Alan Beard out on track. As we are 5 down, 12 to go, this time across the line for your race leaders. Problems for Daniel Stewart, bringing him unstuck. It's a race of attrition so far in WA Open Performance as Nathan Phillips has buttoned out of it. Corey Hayes claims the race lead. And number 11 out front here in the Gillard Super X30 for Zero Motorsport. Leading the way from Nathan Phillips in 2nd. Greg Campbell into the 3rd spot here, having a bit of a battle with Matt Chambers as they head onto the back straightaway, jumping the curbs, coming out of the kart center switchbacks, and they bump side pods going down the hill towards the bus stop as well. Nine laps to go for Corey Hayes as he comes up the hill. We follow along with Matt Chambers and Greg Campbell up the RGR main straight, having a battle for 3rd and 4th at the moment. Corey Hayes coming down the line, continuing to stretch out the lead here for WA Open Performance. Heat 1, 2.7 seconds the gap he has back to Nathan Phillips in second. And stretching it out as we are 7 laps to go for Hayes. The fight's still happening between Matt Chambers and Greg Campbell. Campbell up the inside at turn 2 in the number 99 machine. Three to go for Corey Hayes as he takes it down the main straight through the Patience Sandland sweeper. 4.3 seconds ahead of Nathan Phillips that time across. They continue to open up these gaps as Greg Campbell has dropped off Matt Chambers, who was very quick at the start. Corey Hayes brings it out of the Great Southern Fuels Bowl and up the RGR main straight. Continuing to stretch this out. Open Performance currently lapping in the 34.2s. Fast lap of a 33.5 for the Iamis Super X30 175cc water-cooled powered Gillard kart that Hayes is piloting this weekend for WA Open Performance. Just over a lap to go for Hayes as he brings it around the bottom end of the racetrack. Last lap board out and waiting for him. Up the RGR straight. 1 to go for Hayes. 700 metres from home. In Heat 1 of WA Open Performance, proudly presented by Continental Tyres. Working our way around. Checkered flag out and waiting for him. Corey Hayes takes it on up the hill and takes the win. The WA Open Performance Heat 1. Nathan Phillips will bring it around onto the RGR main straight and take second. Greg Campbell will drag it on home for third. Matthew Chambers home for P4. And Caprice Hall rounds out your 5 remaining drivers. And the only 5 to finish Open Performance Heat 1.
To the bottom of the tower, please. Luke Sawyer and your guardian to the bottom of the tower.
KZ2 taken to the track for their third heat of the weekend. This is A group versus C group this time around. Some of these guys haven't raced each other yet today. Bringing the field around. We've got Hayden Patrizi and Bailey Mickler. I see Mickler there. Blake Mills bringing it alongside on the starting grid. Mickler in the 97 Birrellart chassis for the Armani bar. On the pole, Mills on second. Riley Traeger and Paul Pedrotti. Then Simon Gwillim and Nick Middick. Alex Rollo and Bailey Gretsch. Damo Papa Sergio. Jaden Pierce. The Mackay boys. Sully. Patrizi, Sugar. This is a stacked field once again as we get set to go the next gear. 17 laps on the board for KZ2. Lights are out and we go. Mickler with a shocker. Whoa, whoa, couple caught into each other. And how we all survived that start, I will not know, but it looks like Patrizi is caught and he will be done. The 29 machine of Hayden Patrizi is out and off to the side of the racetrack. But it's Blake Mills who's going to lead the field out of the bus stop for the first time. Bailey Mickler in hot pursuit. Then Simon Gwillim. Nick Middick gets a good start this time. Alex Rillo trying to chase him out of the Great Southern Fuels Bowl for the opening lap. But it's Millsy sideways onto the RGR main straight. Mickler with the Armani bar Birrellart chassis into second. Then Gwillim. Middick and Rollo. Then it looks like Pedrotti in P6, Mackay in 7, Gretsch in 8, Sully in 9, Pierce in 10, then Parham, Sugar, Dak, Eliar, Dak, Priolo, and we lost Patrizi and Traeger. Out of the contention on the opening lap, unfortunately, for the two Ricardo Kart boys. But it's Blake Mills leading the way up the RGR main straightaway. Bailey Mickler in hot pursuit, but Nick Middick is trying to make inroads. Had a stellar weekend at the opening round of the WAKZ series up at the Hurricane Go-Kart Club in Wandowie, back at the King of the Hill a few weeks ago. Had a huge drive in the opening heat today, trying to drive his way after he couldn't get the kart started, got sent to the rear of field and drove forward to finish 5th, I believe, in Heat 1, from rear of field to P5. Now he finds himself 3rd and trying to chase down Mickler. But Blake Mills, is he the class of the field once again here in Geraldton? The number 2 Ricardo Kart sporting a new skid lid this weekend for Millsy. As he goes down into the bus stop once again. Mickler and Middick, then Simon Gwillim. Ever accomplished as the drivers in our top 5 as Alex Rollo makes up P5. Then Pedrotti and Gretsch, Mackay, Pierce and Sully. As they come into the Great Southern Fuels Bowl. Around the right-hander, up onto the RGR main straightaway. 4 down, 13 laps to go. And Middick is starting to reel into the back of the 97 Armani bar Birrellart chassis of Bailey Mickler. Starting to put on a bit of a fight here as they head down towards the Afgri bus stop. Putting pressure on as they head into the bottom of the racetrack through the bowl. As they come out of the Napa parts dropper, the rest of the field pouring out, but it's Millsy just in control out front. Aggressive body language on Millsy today, though. He's really wrestling the number 2 machine around the track. Mickler and Middick look much calmer, and Simon Gwillim just looks calm as ever. Nothing changes the body language ever on Simon Gwillim as they come out of the bus stop. Your top 4 bunching up a little bit now. Middick was making inroads on Mickler for a little while, but now he's losing pace, and Gwillim putting pressure on as we grab them coming through the bowl. Simon Gwillim got the round win at the Gold Star round when they were up here a couple of months ago after Tommy Sparks and Corey Minton came a grief. No Tommy Sparks in this heat as he is in the B group. We won't see him until we go racing for heats 4 and 5. But it's Mills and Mickler out front. Middick into the 3 spot as Gwillim continues to try and close the gap. Now Bailey Mickler sets a hot lap of the race of 33.207 last time by. He's 2/10 a lap quicker than Millsy last time across. Your fastest qualifier from yesterday afternoon's qualifying session Starting to put some pressure on Blake Mills. Wants those couple of extra points to put him in charge. Heading into the odds and evens. Heats 4 and 5 today. Coming into the Great Southern Fuels Bowl, we follow Mills, Mikla, Middick, William. Then Rullo and Gretsch having a pretty decent run here after he had the Bonza jump start from Heat 2 earlier. For Bailey Gretsch running in the C group. The number 92 CRG chassis just behind this battle. Had a DNF as a result of that jump start because he pulled it into the in-grid and called it a day. But here's the battle at the front starting to come to fruition. Blake Mills and Bailey Mikla starting to close right up as they come through the Great Southern Fuels Bowl. And out onto the RGR main straight away. Mikla looks like he's got a much better kart package underneath him as Millsy's sliding his way onto the main straight. All over the rear bumper. He's going to draw alongside and put a bit of a pressure on. He shows Millsy a bumper, lets him know he's there. Now Blake Mills, how defensive do you want to drive in a heat race? Bailey Mikla really starting to ask that question of Blake Mills as they come out of the dropper into the bottom end of the racetrack. Midich and Gwilliam will be watching this and just wanting them to slow each other down a little bit, see if they can get involved in this fight. As they come onto the RGR main straight away again. 10 down, 7 to go. This time Mikla gives Millsy a bit of a gap, just enough to feel safe as they come out of the kart centre switchbacks and onto the back straight. Nice and tight at the front, but you can see Millsy really sliding his way all the way out of the exit of the corners, trying to keep the exit speed and keep the power down. He could be just using a little bit more of the tyre. But cast my mind back a few weeks ago, I did spend a weekend questioning how much tyre Millsy was using, and he still proved us wrong by storming to a win in the final. This race starting to turn a little bit processional here for KZ2 Heat 3. Brought to you by Avalon Group. Avalon Group covering transport, mining and civil. Proud supporters of the West Australian KZ Series and class sponsors here at the 2020 Patience Sandland WA Kart Championship. Up the RGR main straight away again. We are 5 to go for Mills, Mikla and Middick. Wheeling it around here through the kart centre switchbacks and onto the back straight. One of the BRM chassis is just doing the right thing and jumping out of the way of the other boys. Priolo just jumping out of the way of your leaders coming on through, giving him a crack at it. But it's Mills and Mikla still out front. Middick trying to stay in touch at the moment with Gwilliam. Rullo and Gretsch tucking in behind as well. We've got 2 3-kart battle packs down into the bus stop and coming out of the dropper. Just a couple of laps left to go. So this time by, up the RGR straight, 3 to go for Blake Mills. He may not look like the fastest on the track, but he has track position and he keeps control of the race so far. Mikla and young Nick Middick are stacking up behind him now, starting to close up. The red mist starts to descend and you start to want to go for it, but you've got to think about tyres. Don't burn them up. You need to make them last another 23-lap Heat 4 and a 28-lap final for the weekend, and it's only the final that counts as far as the round's concerned. But series points are up for grabs in every heat race we have, as it looks like Jaden Pierce and Paul Pedrotti out of contention. They came together at turn 1 a lap ago, and they are off the side of the racetrack. Pierce and Pedrotti taking no further part in this one here in Heat 3 of KZ2. 1 and a bit laps to go as we follow along. Mills, Mikla and Middick. Last lap board is out. Blake Mills, 1 to go. Blake Mills just keeping cool, calm and collected to run away with these ones. He carries Mickler and Middick with him, but he has track position. Coming up on a bit of lap traffic here. Also Shannon Elyard just ahead of him as they come into the bowl for the final time. And Shannon does a great job jumping out of the way and letting the leaders go on through. Simon Gwillim squeaks on through as well. Checkered flag flies. Blake Mills claims a win here in Heat 3 for KZ. Balin Mickler in second. Nick Middick in the third spot. Simon Gwillim in P4. Alex Rollo rounds out your top 5. From Bailey Gretchen 6. Scott Mackay in 7. Damon Papa Sergio in the 8. Melinda Sully in 9. Daniel Sugar rounding out your top 10. Well, we're back on track with Heat 2. About to get underway with KA3 Senior Heavy. For those of you watching live online, with a live stream brought to you by 4Style Media and our live streaming sponsors, the Kart Centre and Napa Parts and AFGRI Equipment. We're going to let our camera crew take a very short break. We'll leave you with a locked-off shot and the beautiful panorama across Geraldton out to the coast, while we let KA3 Senior Heavy kick us off with Heat 2. This is the Patience Sandland 2020 WA Kart Championship from the RGR Road Haulage Raceway here at Midwest Kart Club.
The Kart Centre is Perth's premier karting and function centre. If you're looking for a new and exciting venue for fully catered team building, birthday parties or corporate functions, this is the destination for you. The Kart Centre, only 10 minutes away from Carousel.
9 to go for Bailey Mickler. Down the line, this time by. He holds on to a 4.5 of a second advantage over Ryan Barron back there in second. Adrian Fogliani 3/10 further back in the third spot here. As they come onto the back straight, battling it out down towards the Acfrey bus stop and having a crack at it. Mickler doing double duties this weekend. 125 heavy brought to you by RGR Road Haulage and also contesting the second round of the WA KZ series. Barron and Fogliani trying to stay in touch. Simon Gwillim running double duties this weekend as well. Nathan Davis having a good crack at his here in P5. Shane McPherson, P6. Daniel Stewart, P7. Nicholas Pascoe, P8. And J10 Brooker rounding out your 9-kart field. Fastest on track. Ryan Barron that time by 34.2. About a 0.5 faster than Mickler last time across the line. Three to go for Bailey Mickler down the line. On board the 97 Amani Bar Paralyn kart, I believe. Rocks the Birrell in KZ, the Paralyn in 125s. Ryan Barron can't stay in touch though. He had fast lap of the race just moments ago. But sits back 0.4 of a second adrift in the second spot. Adrian Fogliani cruising in third at the moment. Simon Gwillim back there in P4, 6.5 further back. Shane McPherson rounds out your top 5 from Davis, Stewart, Pascoe, and J10 Brooker rounding out your 9-kart field. As we start 2 to go this time by for Bailey Mickler. Watching the body language of Ryan Barron. Just cruising, letting the kart do the work. But he doesn't have pace to put pressure on Mickler as they bring it out of the Great Southern Fuels Bowl and onto the RGR straight. Last lap board is out. 1 to go. Final tour of the circuit. 700 meters left on the board for our Tag 125 heavies. Brought to you by RGR Road Haulage. Mickler Looking at making it 2 from 2 in the heat so far over Simon Gwillim, your fastest qualifier, who seems to be dropping back in the order. He's back to 4th here in Heat 2 after picking up 2nd in Heat 1. So the FK kart slightly going backwards in the heats here. Checkered flag flies, and that wraps up 125 heavy Heat 2. Bailey Mickler with the win. Ryan Barron home in 2nd. Adrian Fogliani in 3rd. Simon Gwillim rounding out 4. Shane McPherson in 5 from Nathan Davis in 6. Daniel Stewart in 7. Nicholas Pascoe in the 8. And J10 Brooker rounding out your 9 kart field. We are on deck with Tag 125 Restricted Masters, presented by CJD Equipment and TRP Truck and Trailer Parts. Out for their second heat of the weekend, and Simon Minton, defending West Australian state champ, will start on the pole spot once again and see if he can get it done after 17 laps. He took the win after setting the fastest qualifier in this morning's session. He took the win in Heat 1 ahead of Mark Redman in 2nd. Bradley Stewart in 3rd. Johnny Ray ended up P4 and Peter Ten Brooker was P5. See what they got this time around. 17 laps on the board as the lights go out. Redman tried to get in front, but Minton parked it on the inside of the corner. Someone getting dropped off on the outside at turn 1. Johnny Ray going all the way back to the back of the line here in the number 2 Cosmic Kart. It goes down to the back of the queue. We've got one round. Oh, a couple getting caught up there. Coming onto the back straight out of the kart centre switchbacks. And that is one of our Formula K karts. The 61 of Andrew Freeman. Rocking a new skid lid and struggling his way out of the switchbacks. But it's Simon Minton leading the way, the 21 Ricardo kart, with the Rotax power squeezing down Mark Redman into the Patience Sandland sweeper. Redman parks it back into 2nd here as they lead out from Brad Stewart in the 3rd spot. Peter Ten Brooker in P4. Bryce Watson rounds out your top 5. Well, as conditions start to change towards being fairly overcast out here at the RGR Road Haulage Raceway for Midwest Kart Club here at the 2020 WA Kart Championships, presented by Patience Sandland. 125 restricted masters on track. Check at the bottom, and it doesn't say there is any chance of rain coming, but it does look fairly dark out there. Might just stay overcast and cool for the remainder of the day. As we carry on, Simon Minton continues to lead the way onto the RGR main straightaway, but he's not getting away this time. Mark Redman and Brad Stewart staying in hot pursuit at the moment. Peter Ten Brooker back there to P4, Bryce Watson P5. Paul Hughes in the 6, Johnny Ray in the 7. John Hill in P8. We follow along with Minton, Redman and Stewart down into the Africry bus stop. Having a crack at it as they come through the Napa Parts dropper. Working our way down. 10 laps to go for Simon Minton across the line. He still leads out half a second over Mark Redman, who's copping a little bit of pressure from Bradley Stewart. Well, it may have taken 9 laps to get it done, but Mark Redman temporarily held the fast lap of the race of 35.483. New quick lap. He's down to 3.4 tenths of a second off the back of Simon Minton. The wind has picked up. The sun has gone away. Track has cooled off. And Redman's trying to close the gap and put some pressure on Minton. Seven to go across the line. Now Simon Minton responds to the pace of Redman. 35.45 that time across. Closing the gap. The gap goes out to 5.5 tenths of a second now. 125 Restricted Masters Heat 2. Brought to you by CJD Equipment and TRP Truck and Trailer Parts. Redman in the Epoxy Grout Works Arrow X4 number 11 chassis into the 2 spot. Still defending. Brad Stewart right behind him here in the KF kart. Trying to put pressure on, but he just always sticks on behind. Can't quite find the pace to move up alongside as they all run the Rotax power, climbing the hill on the RGR straight. 6 laps to go last time across. Oh, it's on at turn one. Brad Stewart finally gets the courage to fire it up the inside. And they went side by side all the way through the sweeper. Getting it done on the final lap as we're half away from home. In Restricted Masters, Minton has no clue anything going on behind him. He's just soldiering on and cleaning this one out. And Mark Redmond will see the red mist descend as he gave that away on the final lap. Checkered flag will fly. That calls it for 125 Restricted Masters. Simon Minton getting the win. Brad Stewart goes second this time around. Mark Redmond home in third. Peter Ten Brooker in P4. Johnny Ray P5. Bryce Watson in the 6th. And Paul Hughes in P7. KA3 Senior Light presented by Bunbury Kartworks on track. And I'm sure plenty of activity happening out in the pits because on the horizon you can see the mist of the rain in Geraldton. That could come throw a big spanner in the works of some of our competitors here today. It's the Patience Sandland 2020 WA Kart Championship here at RGR Road Haulage Raceway in Midwest Kart Club. We're on track with KA3 Light. Liam Kane on the pole spot here. Hugh Maguire should be on the outside front row from Eli Tunstall and Jake Sawyer. Michael Jones and Holly Patrizzi on the third row with Brandon Duncombe and Tyler Smith on row 4. Josh Healy and Lucas Gaelic on row 5. Jaden Hyde and Aston Nicholas on row 6. Trenna Mann and Aidan Passmore on row 7. Lights are out. We're off and rolling side by side. We go into turn 1. Kane forces the issue and claims it. Maguire loses a spot at the start. Sawyer gets shuffled around a couple of spots. And Passmore. Passmore caught up again. And having to get through some traffic. Aidan Passmore down to the back of the line. Kane leading the way onto the back straight, down towards the Afgri bus stop. And come on out through the Napa Parts dropper. We catch him on a nice tight shot as they come sailing through. Tunstall getting shuffled back a couple of spots. 2, 3, 4, 5 spots. They're going to go side by side through the bowl. It's on as they make the run towards the RGR straight. This is going to get dicey up into turn one. A couple of the arrow cuts, we managed to all slot in together. The Sarah of Sawyer sneaks through. Tunstall dropped off another spot here. Josh Healy getting the elbows out in the middle of that field as well. He's going to lose a couple of spots. We're finding him all the way down the back straight into the bus stop. It's Kane and Maguire. Slide jobs from Patrizzi up the inside of pair of KF karts. As they come into the bottom section, Liam Kane leads away. Hugh Maguire in second. Brandon Duncombe in third. And the battles behind are just raging onwards. Up the RGR straight. They can see the weather potentially coming, and they want to get this one run and done before it starts to affect them on dry tyres. Michael Jones gets shuffled around that time by. Kane and Maguire out of the bus stop. Duncombe in hot pursuit behind them. Michael Jones safely into P4. I stand corrected. Ron Carter call on that one. No, Jones is the cut, getting shuffled around. He's lost a couple of spots. The rain is here. It's raining at the WA Kart Championship. It's only light, but it's going to start to play a part. And Liam Kane is the pioneer of the bunch. Him and Hugh Maguire are going to be the first to arrive on the scene at a wet corner at the bus stop if it really opens up. And it can be heaven or hell for whoever's behind the wheel at the time. Such a rare occurrence we see in WA Open meetings. Rain halfway through a race. But goody, I love it. That's the view from the timing tower out to the southwest here in Geraldton. It's 12 to go. Last time they came across, still a long way yet to go in this one for KO3 Light, presented by Bunbury Kartworks. Eli Tunstall is the fastest on track at the moment, 34.7, fastest lap of the race that we've seen so far on the cooling track. Tunstall sits P5 and putting pressure on Sawyer and Duncombe in front of him. The water droplets forming on the lens of our static camera, sticking out from the side of the timing tower. We follow this battle between Kane and Maguire onto the back straight, down towards Ackery bus stop. They're opening up a bit of a gap over Duncombe now. Sawyer is under pressure from Luca Nietzsche, it seems. Young Nietzsche's coming to the party now. Wanting to put some pressure on the back of Sawyer, who got dropped off by Tunstall. And the water is really coming in now. Working our way through as we approach the halfway point. Look at this, it's a scramble through the bowl. Catching them as they come up the RGR straight. Hugh Maguire is loving this out front though. Liam Kane is scrambling and struggling. He's back to second and he's getting monstered by Duncombe. Tunstall, Sawyer up the inside. Maguire coming out of the bus stop. Here's Kane, Duncombe, Sawyer. Nietzsche's in that fight. Tunstall there as well. Watching the KF karts come through. Coming down the line, great battles going on for 4th, 5th and 6th. At the moment, 2nd through to 5th actually. Jake Sawyer is really coming to life in the wet conditions. Or even in the slightly damp, whatever you want to call it. Sawyer is up to third. We follow him along. He's right behind Kane in second. Luca Nietzsche is following him through. Sawyer just punching a hole through the field. Nietzsche driving on through it at the moment. Duncombe has been dropped. As they come onto the main straightaway, Kane, Sawyer and Nietzsche now, second, third and fourth. Hugh Maguire is just clearing house. Sawyer is the fastest on track at the moment. As we follow him on camera, he's putting pressure on Liam Kane as they head up through the kart centre switchbacks onto the back straight. This is a battle for second. Liam Kane going to have to force it. Sawyer goes through. Nietzsche tries to squeeze in there as well. Luca needs to have a clean finish in this one though. If he wants to move up, he forces to the inside of the left-hander. Luca Nietzsche, nicely done. Five to go. Last time they came across, Hugh Maguire resets the fastest lap of the race, so 34.3. So the water isn't really playing a part for these guys. It's come in and gone out, and it's actually cooled the track off. They're setting very quick laps in the closing stages. Sawyer using the cooler track temp to his advantage to soldier into second. Liam Kane has really dropped off. He's gone to fourth. Brandon Duncombe to P5, Michael Jones to 6, Eli Tunstall all the way down in P8, getting absolutely monstered by the field. And Luca Nietzsche into third behind Sawyer as they come out of the switchbacks onto the back straight. We follow Sawyer and Nietzsche, second and third on the road. Nietzsche checks over his shoulder. Following Sawyer into the bus stop through the Napa Parts dropper. As they come through the Great Southern Fuels Bowl, make their way onto the RGR straight. Hugh Maguire sneaks on through. He goes by with 3 to go. Sawyer and Nietzsche glued together, 1.3 tenths of a second between them. This battle for second. And doing Sawyer and Nietzsche. Nietzsche, big grab at the curb at the switchbacks there. He gave up some momentum in the process. Bounced the kart across the racetrack and he's given up about a half a kart, maybe even a full kart length to Sawyer now as they come down into the bottom of the hill, making their way to the bowl. Last time by, Nietzsche was just a couple of hundredths quicker as the sun has come back out and we'll start to heat up track conditions once again. It was 2 to go last time across. For Hugh Maguire out front. This battle for second, still on though. Nietzsche's closer this time. Watch for a move at the bottom of the hill. He stays clear of it. Back into the dropper they go. Nietzsche trying to stay in touch. Wait for a move on the final lap to come from this youngster. I believe he recently turned 15. So no longer the 14-year-old superstar in the seniors. He fires to the inside up at turn 1, but he can't get alongside. Yes, he does. He forces Sawyer wide. Luca Nietzsche claims second as the last lap board is out to collect him. On the final lap, Nietzsche has jumped to second for the KA3 Light Heat 2 for Hugh Maguire. Out front and in control here on the final lap as they bring it around the number 15 Tony Kart for Digital Quarter. Checkered flag is flying. Hugh Maguire takes the win in the changing weather conditions for Heat 2 for KA3 Light, brought to you by Bunbury Kartworks. Luca Nietzsche home in second. Jake Sawyer home in third. Liam Kane in 4. Brandon Duncombe rounds out your top 5. Yep.
The Kart Centre is Perth's premier karting and function centre. If you're looking for a new and exciting venue for fully catered team building, birthday parties or corporate functions, this is the destination for you. The Kart Centre, only 10 minutes away from Carousel.
Cadet 9 brought to you by Sealing Works Australia, on track and getting ready for their second heat of the weekend. 17 laps on the board as Campbell Thompson is the pole man to bring him around and start him off. The lights go out and we send him racing. Thompson to the inside, leads Webb into turn 1. William Kaylee Chen going through with the number 20 Arrow Kart to third. Lucas, his brother, into P4. From Leroy Toon, Joel Blackman and Xander Edgington rounding out your running order as they head down the hill into the bus stop for the first time. Campbell Thompson, the number 51 KF Kart Machine, leading the way. And Chase Webb in the West Coast Civil, number 33. Flat Out Karts and Arrow Machine. As they bring it out onto the RGR main straight for the first time. Thompson and Webb glued together as always. Webb has a peek to the inside. Thompson comes across and closes it. working our way through a few laps down already as we approach the 10-lap marker very soon here for our Cadet 9's Heat 2. Campbell Thompson and Chase Webb glued to each other. Coming out of the bowl, Campbell looks around and sees the 33 West Coast Civil flat-out karts Arrow machine parked there behind him. And Chase gets a pretty good run up the hill in the toe of Campbell, but can't quite get just enough to pull alongside and put it on the inside up towards turn 1. Campbell continues to hold on to the lead here. Chase Webb back to second. Another look over the shoulder for Campbell. They dive onto the brakes down into the Athbury bus stop and run towards the Napa Parts dropper. Chase is the quickest on track with a 38.87. New fast lap of the race last time across. Moving Caitlin Chen back into the third spot here from Lucas in P4. Leroy Toon and Xander Edgington having their own little battle in 5th and 6th. And Joel Blackman, unfortunately, had a bit of a spin on the opening lap and dropped off to P7. Watching this battle continuing out front. There's about 9 laps to go for your leaders as they bring it onto the RGR straight. Campbell Thompson and Chase Webb join together as they make their way up the straight. Last time across, Campbell was slightly quicker, a 38.899 to a 38.908 for Chase. And nothing between these two as they go through the kart centre switchbacks and onto the back straight. Cadet 9's putting on a bit of a show once again. At one stage it was the biggest field we'd have of the juniors. But as things go, the younger drivers, they get older and they have to progress through the ranks. Now Cadet 12 is a monster field that puts on great racing week in, week out. Cadet 9s are low at the moment, but they will come back with an influx of more drivers coming to play in Western Australian karting. It's Thompson and Webb onto the back straight. Little lick of the curb there for Campbell. Gives Chase a chance, but he doesn't have enough momentum down the back straight into the bus stop to make a move up the inside. And Chase is just ghosting every move of Campbell as they head into the bottom of the racetrack. Out of the Great Southern Fuels Bowl as they come up onto the RGR haulage straight. 10 down, 7 to go for Campbell Thompson and Chase Webb leading the way, 1 and 2 in Cadet 9's Heat 2. New hot lap of the race from Campbell Thompson, 38.871. 38.923 for Chase Webb. Matching lap times for these two out front. 4 laps to go for Campbell Thompson and Chase Webb. Absolutely glued to each other. Through the kart centre switchbacks. Chase is looking pretty racy though. Wants to find his way around. He's going to have a peek up the inside, but he's way too far back. Campbell's late on the brakes, so they're going to go side by side up the hill. Almost too wide as they made their way into the dropper. Chase is trying to force a mistake from Campbell as they come into the Great Southern Fuels Bowl. Campbell using the wide line to keep the momentum up in the 51 KF kart. Onto the RGR main straightaway. 3 to go. 2-kart battle out front for your race lead in Cadet 9's Heat 2. They'll get Heat 3 in their final tomorrow to decide who's going to be the WA champ. Down the hill into the Afgrief bus stop once again. Campbell, wide, uses all the rumble strip on the exit, cuts across the track. Chase has more momentum. Closes right up to his rear bumper as they come down into the bottom section. He's all over him as they go through the bowl again. Chase is in the tow, trying to use the momentum. He's trying. Pushing Campbell all the way up the hill. Is he close enough this one time? No, he isn't. He fakes to the inside again, and Campbell just holds him out. These two kids just love racing together and having their battles. Down the back straight into the bus stop. Just a couple of laps left to go here in Heat 2 as they come out through the dropper. Campbell's open up another kart length or so this time by. But this gives the opportunity to Chase to use those legs on the motor in the number 33 West Coast Civil entry. Up the RGR straight. Last lap board is out. 1 to go. 700 metres remaining here in Heat 2 of Cadet 9. Campbell and Chase making their way around onto the back straight. Last opportunities for Chase to make a move happen. Checkered flag, out and waiting. Campbell Thompson makes it a win. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Great racing from our Cadet 9s. Thompson with the win, Chase Webb in second. William Kalik Chen home in third. Lucas Kalik Chen will come home in P4. Leroy Toon takes out P5. Xander Edgington in P6. And Joel Blackman runs it down the line to round out your 7-kart finishing order.
The Kart Centre is Perth's premier karting and function centre. If you're looking for a new and exciting venue for fully catered team building, birthday parties or corporate functions, this is the destination for you. The Kart Centre, only 10 minutes away from Carousel.
KA3 Junior on track, brought to you by B Sport for Heat 2 of the weekend. Noah Lyle and Caleb Sumich on the front row. And Thomas Lawton and Aiden Deckers on row 2. Robert West and Donnie Davis on the third row from Jack Cayulo and Joshua Byrne on row 4. Patience Sandland and Gabriel Belanca on row 5. As we get set, lights are out and we are racing. It was a late one, but we are going. Noah Lyle leading the way from the pole spot here. Caleb Sumich into second as Deckers fires one up the inside of Lawton at turn 2. We follow Lyle and Sumich onto the back straight. Noah looks across his shoulder and checks on Caleb. Big late move attempt there from Thomas Lawton, but it didn't work out for him. He had to pull back up to the apex and slot back into P4. Noah Lyle down the line. Caleb Sumich trying to chase him down here in the KA3 Juniors. The fastest qualifier and Heat 1 winner, Noah Lyle, in a class of his own in this group, as he is in KA4 Junior Light as well. Sumich continuing to put pressure on. Lawton now fires it to the inside of the bus stop. Great move from Thomas Lawton. That puts Lawton in the third, but now look at the gap he's got to try and make up already as we follow everyone pouring through the bowl. Lyle and Sumich then in the background. Lawton all the way back there already. Last time across, he came across the line. Coming out of the dropper here, Noah Lyle and Caleb Sumich glued together, but Thomas Lawton set a new fast lap of the race. Last time across a 34.3 for Thomas Lawton, fast lap of the race as he's trying to close the gap to Sumich and Lyle out front. Aiden Deckers behind him at the moment in P4. Then we go back, Donnie Davis in P5, Joshua Byrne in P6. And Robert West and Jack Cayulo, 7 and 8 on the road. Luke Sawyer, P9, Billy Duncombe rounding out your 10 from Fraser, Gray, Rhodes, Drew, Connor Gray rounding out your top 15. Sumich just launching it over the curving, trying to find a way to close the gap to Noah Lyle and arrive on him with some closing speed here. We watch everyone pouring through the bowl once again. We grab the battle for 5th and 6th. Donnie Davis and Joshua Byrne coming up the RGR straight. As they come out of the kart centre, switchbacks. Byrne dipping the Tony kart across the curbs. Trying to close the gap to Donnie Davis and the number 3 Sarah kart. And still out front, Noah Lyle and Caleb Sumich just flashing through the screen. Thomas Lawton is making ground on them though. Last time across he was half a tenth faster. The gap comes down a little bit further. Still got plenty of time to try and make up, this time by a new fast lap of the race from Thomas Lawton, 34.21. The TuneTech Auto Service Centre, number 30, Tony Kart, starting to do work for Thomas out here. And he's closing the gap down. It was 6.2 tenths of a second last time across the line, off the back of Caleb Sumich. 2.4 off the back of Noah Lyle. So a few more tenths of a second, and we're going to have a 3-kart battle pack for the race lead here in KA3 Junior Heat 2 for the Patience Sandland 2020 WA Kart Championship from the RGR Road Haulage Raceway by the Midwest Kart Club as they come on through turn 1 of the Patience Sandland sweeper. That time by Lawton dropped off a little bit, 34.282. Only made inroads. The gap sits at 6.1 tenths of a second. Lyle and Sumich glued together as they come out of the dropper once again. Lyle just holds on to this track position. Continues to make the number 4 flat-out karts and a Rise Racing KA3 machine nice and wide for Caleb Sumich, not tempting him into anything. Now a new hot lap of the race comes from Noah Lyle, 34.2. We follow Thomas Lawton, trying to close the gap to the back of these two. Lawton and Sumich lapping equal times last time across, so Thomas has really lost his run on him at the moment, as Lyle and Sumich have decided to bolt for it. The gaps stay the same out front. It's Noah Lyle, Caleb Sumich, Thomas Lawton, your top three, from Aiden Deckers and Donnie Davis, rounding out your top five, with 9 laps to go this time by.
Patience Sandland. Patience Sandland with him.
Six laps to go, last time across for Noah Lyle. Caleb Sumich still trying to chase him down. They're glued together again. Sumich just won't let up, but Lyle just gets those couple of kart lengths here and there that count as any charge from young Caleb. Thomas Lawton falling back into the clutches of Aiden Deckers in the fight for third and fourth. Deckers has the fastest lap of the race. Whatever Edward and the KF kart team are feeding this young kid, keep on doing it because he keeps getting faster. As they flash across the back end of your frame, coming in and out, Deckers really starting to put pressure on Thomas Lawton now. 34.085 from Deckers as they come into the bottom of the circuit through the Great Southern Fuels Bowl. Four laps to go as they come across the line. Deckers putting some pressure on Lawton. He's going to force the issue. That was tight. A millimetre either side, and that would have brought both of them unstuck. Deckers nicely done through turn one. Puts Thomas Lawton down to the 4 spot, but can he hold on to it with a couple of laps left to go? Lawton sliding his way through the bowl, trying to close the gap to the back of Deckers, who's already opened up a couple of kart lengths, but it's Noah Lyle. Stretching the legs up the RGR main straight into the Patience Sandland sweeper. Over Caleb Sumich in second. Aiden Deckers just behind him in third, popping in and out of frame as you watch on screen. And Thomas Lawton back there, P4. Donnie Davis rounding out your top 5 here. With just a lap and a half left to go here for Noah Lyle. The KA3 Junior Heat 2, presented by B Sport. Up the RGR main straightaway. 1 to go for Noah Lyle. Checks on the gap behind him to Sumic. Knows he can comfortably drive this one on home, the final 700 metres of this second heat. But the battle for third isn't done yet. Deckers and Lawton just behind them. Still going on as they come down the hill towards the bus stop. Lawton's not close enough to make a move on Deckers, though, as they head into the bottom end of the racetrack. Down at the bottom of the hill. The run towards the Great Southern Fuels Bowl. Noah Lyle leading it out, looking to make it a clean sweep of the Saturday program here at the 2020 WA Kart Championship. Lyle wins Heat 2 of KA3 Junior from Caleb Sumic in second, Aiden Deckers in third, Thomas Lawton in fourth. Donnie Davis rounds out your top 5.
The Kart Centre is Perth's premier karting and function centre. If you're looking for a new and exciting venue for fully catered team building, birthday parties or corporate functions, this is the destination for you. The Kart Centre, only 10 minutes away from Carousel.
I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all of the fantastic sponsors who make the 2020 WA Kart Championship possible. Big thanks to our naming sponsors, Patience Sandland, for all of the effort they've put in. And thanks to Great Southern Fuels supplying fastest qualifier awards for all of our qualifying sessions held yesterday afternoon and this morning as well. Big thanks also to our live streaming partners, the Kart Centre, Napa Parts and AFGRI Equipment. Also thank you to Digital Quarter, Vulcan Panel and Paint, Super Cool Air Conditioning, Mechanical Piping Services and Central Earth Moving. We are set with tag 125 light coming out onto track, proudly presented by Flat Out Karts and our 25 kart field. Looking to put on a show once again. It's Kip Foster from Heat 1, your winner. Can he back it up again? Sporting some new stickerage on the front end of the kart, as are about 35 other karts out there on track this weekend. In all seriousness though, Kip Foster, can somebody stop the man? Your fastest qualifier, Sam Dicker, from this morning's session, only managed third in Heat 1 as he racked up behind Aidan Passmore, who managed a second place finish behind the man himself, Kip Foster. Plenty of hot names in this field and a couple to watch who are going to be looking at coming from way deep in the field after their disastrous Heat 1, but it's Foster and Passmore on the front row, Dicker and Maguire on row 2, Morrissey and Nietzsche on row 3, Scoble and Reed on row 4, Dylan Favola and Ryan Nicholson will start 9 and 10 on row 5, and Shay Thompson and Thomas Shue will go from row 6. Cody Lunan, defending West Australian champ, alongside Bevan Stone on row 7, Liam Kane and Hayden Fraser on row 8, with Flynn Thompson and Kieran Passmore on the 9th row. Christopher Smith and Caprice Hall will start on row 10. Ryan Bender and Declan Blaine, couple to watch there on row 11. Isaac McLean and Jason Betts on row 12. And lucky last, number 39, Kieran Ellis from P25 on the grid. Gonna have a big tilt at it from this one. He failed to start Heat 1. He was one of the quickest guys in this morning's qualifying session. And the heartbreak that started this day could turn into redemption here if he can keep his nose clean and make his way through over 17 laps. 125 light is go. It's a wild one. Heading down the back straight. Everyone's fighting over those remaining spots. Track position is king on a soft tyre category, but Foster leads away from Dicker and Passmore. Nicholson has been shunted forward and is going to have to rejoin where he was, but he crossed the line, so that will play dividends. Dicker, though, with a massive slide job to the inside. The 72 Flat Out Karts machine fires it to the pointy end of the field up the inside of Foster. He wants to get a move on here. Big moves as well from Stephen Scoble. Start to see stuff happening from the big man. Look at Nietzsche behind as well. From big to little, he's tucking right in there, looking at pushing forward. He goes P7 at the line last time by, but he's moved up a couple of spots, I'm sure. It's Dicker down the line from Foster and Passmore, then Scoble and Nietzsche. Inside your top 5, Ash Morrissey in 6, Dylan Favola in 7, Shay Thompson in 8, Lewis Reed in 9, Ryan Nicholson down in 10. Keeping an eye on where Kieran Ellis pops up. He's already up to P16 and the fastest on track with a 33.93. But it's Dicker, your race leader. Kip Foster in the second, Passmore in third as we pick him up coming through the bowl. Nietzsche has moved aside Scoble and jumped up into P4, the 55 Ricardo kart. Scoble down to P5 as a result, but we're watching this one, the battle for second between Foster and Passmore. Hayden Fraser off in the dirt at turn 1, and the dejected youngster will have to watch for the remaining 13 and a bit laps to go as Dicker brings it down into the bottom of the racetrack. Foster is still scrabbling with Passmore over second place as Sam Dicker sets a new hot lap of the race last time by 33.49. This time by makes it a 33.43. Foster only managing a 33.6, so there's found some pace for the number 72 machine. Charging forward, Nietzsche now being brought back into the clutches of Scoble as they fight it out for 4th and 5th. We're going to follow this little battle. Nietzsche, just 15 years old, battling with Stephen Scoble, who made a return to WA karting after 8 years out of the seat and instantly found himself at the pointy end of the field. as they come up the RGR straight. But Scoble now into the clutches of Morrissey after he dropped the wheel coming onto the main straight. Nietzsche's eyeing off a move on Passmore if he can get close enough. Passmore checks it over his shoulder. He's been completely dropped off by Kip Foster. So we follow everyone coming out of the bus stop. Through the dropper. And into the bottom end of the racetrack. Round the bowl and onto the main straight. Nietzsche, Scoble and Morrissey trying to close the gap onto the back of Aiden Passmore. Watching the timesheet, Kieran Ellis has made it inside the top 10. Big moves from the number 39 machine, trying to charge his way forward. In Heat 2 of Tag 125 Light, presented by Flat Out Karts. It's a Flat Out Karts and Sam Dicker Motorsport. Arrow X5 chassis of Sam Dicker out front, just flashing across your screen there as he comes out of the bowl. And onto the RGR main straight. He leads from Kip Foster in second. And Aiden Passmore in third. Then we watch this battle here. Nietzsche, Scoble, Morrissey, now Shea Thompson on the back of this fight. Lewis Reed in P9. Hugh Maguire fastest on track in P9. Kieran Ellis right there in P10. Ellis trying to close the gap to Maguire just out of frame. You can just see him flashing across the orange and blue of the KF kart. Following this battle, Nietzsche, Scoble, Morrissey and Thompson fighting it out as they charge up the hill. New fast lap of the race coming from Kieran Ellis. 33.35 from the number 39 KF kart. He's trying to make his way forward and put some pressure on Hugh Maguire. Eight laps to go, this time by now Kip Foster setting a new fast lap of the race. We'll pick up with Aiden Passmore as he runs a little bit of a lonely one in third. And how's this? Lewis Reed and Hugh Maguire driving themselves into this fight. Nietzsche at the head of that pack from Scoble, Morrissey, Thompson, Reed and Maguire. Kieran Ellis probably isn't too far off the back of that pack either as he drops out of the dropper. He's starting to make his way through the bottom end of the racetrack, but Foster is starting to make ground on Dicker. Last time across was 4.5 tenths of a second. Foster made up a whole tenth that time by. In terms of the pace differential between these two, it's absolutely everything. Down the back straight. Dicker leading from Foster. Passmore, Nietzsche, Scoble. Move from there from Hugh Maguire, trying to put a move up the inside of Shea Thompson. That brings Kieran Ellis into the fight. You can see them in the back of that group there. We follow these three. We follow Dicker up the hill from Foster. Passmore having a lonely one still. Luca Nietzsche's managed to hold on to a couple of kart lengths. Or Stephen Scoble ran himself well and truly out of road there. He's going to rejoin on the race line as Hugh Maguire, and we're going battling through turn 2. How's this for a battle? Scoble lost out. Now here's Kieran Ellis. Now let me take you back to the Gold Star round a couple of months ago. Kieran Ellis and Stephen Scoble didn't end the weekend on the greatest of terms after they came together in the final at the Gold Star round as Ellis shows a wheel up the inside of Scoble. Ellis makes his way up into into P7 now. From P25 to P7. In 10 and a bit laps of racing, Kieran Ellis is absolutely on fire. The number 39 KF kart moving and shaking his way through our 125 light field. It's amazing what you can do when you're just a little bit angry. As he charges his way forward, we pick up your race leaders. Charging up the hill, we find Ash Morrissey, who's dropped off Luca Nietzsche by a spot now. Lewis Reed is lining up behind him to try and put some pressure on as well, but Kieran Ellis is charging through. Ellis and Reed are good mates on and off the track. And if Luca now under pressure from Reed, they go side by side at the bus stop. They're going to hold on to it all the way out as well. This will slow them down and bring Ellis into the fight. Here comes Kieran Ellis. Right onto the back of Lewis Reed, putting some pressure on. Onto the RGR main straightaway. What is it? 3 to go. Nietzsche, Reed and Ellis. 5, 6 and 7 on the road as they come through the kart centre switchbacks. Luca, the youngest of the three, but knows how to get the elbows out. Now Reed tries it again. This time breaks just a couple of feet later. Nietzsche trying to counter back to the outside. Now Ellis is right there. Oh, turns Nietzsche into each other. Oh, goodness, and it's all happening. Karts everywhere. Thompson trying to go around. Maguire's there as well. Ellis and Nietzsche getting stuck. Up the RGR main straightaway. Shea Thompson is a big winner out of that. Now Maguire is pushing Ellis all the way to turn 1. Where did that put him? Back down to P10. 25th to temporarily 6th. Back to 10th. As we follow the 34 of Stephen Scoble. Up onto the back of Dylan Favola, who's having a quiet one. He snuck through. Last lap board is being prepared for this lot. Forgive me for forgetting momentarily. Sam Dicker leads this race from Kit Foster. Coming around the bottom of the track, but we follow along. Dylan Favola and Stephen Scoble. The battle for 6th and 7th. Would you believe it? Checkered flag flies. Sam Dicker claims the win. Kip Foster home in second in an absolutely frantic heat race. Aiden Passmore had a lonely drive there in third. Ash Morrissey survived for P4. Lewis Reed in P5. Dylan Favola P6. Stephen Scoble P7. Shea Thompson in the 8. Kieran Ellis from Stone Cold last to P9. Luke Nietzsche rounds out your top 10 from Hugh Maguire, Ryan Nicholson, Kieran Passmore, Jason Betts, and Ryan Bender, your top 15. What a race. Tag 125 Light, brought to you by Flat Out Karts, is in the books, and I cannot wait to see how this shakes out tomorrow. They'll have their 23-lap Heat 3 and their 28-lap Big Dance tomorrow to decide who's going to be the West Australian State Champion. For 125 Light, brought to you by Flat Out Karts. Cadet 12 on deck thanks to Eco Resources. Looking to emulate some of the great racing we've seen from our 125s. Defending West Australian champion. Nash Ferraro starts from the pole spot here alongside Nicola Stardi in second. They finished just 12 thousandths of a second apart. In Heat 1, but we are lights out and racing. Here in Heat 2, Ferraro leads the way. It's a bit of a scrimmage through turn 1. A couple of karts dropping through the gravel, but we get going. It's Ferraro leading the way. Sachin Smith Wade trying to chase him down. What happened to Nicola Stardi? Where is he? He's all the way back there in P6. Shocking start from the front row from young Nicholas, but it's Ferraro and Smith Way leading the way so far. The long shadows starting to form here as the sun starts to dip to the west. Up here in Geraldton, the rain came through very briefly. Only very lightly drizzled on us before. So your official order, Nash Ferraro, the youngster from Waruna, defending West Australian state champ from Sachin Smithway in second, Toby Mayolo in third, Connor Radford P4, Nicola Stardi down to P5 on the opening lap, Jack Webster down to P6, Zane Rhodes in P7 there in that bright orange BRM chassis, Jen McDonald up to P8 from Cooper Lyle down to P9, Lachlan Klee rounding out your top 10. But it's Ferraro leading the way from Smithway around the bowl as they come on. Onto the RGR main straightaway. These youngsters duking it out. Up the hill, Stardi just feeds Radford a little bit of a bumper to help him on the exit of turn 1. Toby Mayolo making inroads on the back of Sachin Smithway at the moment. Young Toby, ever the young, quiet achiever, putting pressure on to Stardi, fires one up the inside of Radford. They're going to go several karts wide on the exit of the bus stop. And try and feed him through the dropper. But it's Ferraro out front at the moment from Smithway and Mayolo. Fastest on track, Toby Mayolo with a 38.701. Fast lap so far. Early days yet though for Heat 2 of Cadet 12, proudly presented by Eco Resources. And I do have confirmation we will be racing until the end of Heat 2 today. And we will run the KZ Heat 4 odd to round out the day as well. We'll start tomorrow with KZ Heat 5 even in their oversubscribed format before we continue on with the remainder of Heat 3 tomorrow and then get set to crown our West Australian state champions here at the Patience Sandland 2020 WA Kart Championship at the RGR Road Haulage Raceway for Midwest Kart Club here in Geraldton as we follow along Cooper Lyle, Chase Wildman and Jet McDonald nose to tail as they come up the main straightaway, and they're fighting over 8, 9 and 10 on the road. Focusing on Nash Ferraro leading the way, Sachin Smithway second, Toby Mayolo third, now Nicola Stardi countering back to P4 from Connor Radford and Zane Rhodes 5 and 6 behind them. They head down to the bottom end of the racetrack. 12 laps to go for Nash Ferraro as he brings it onto the RGR main straightaway. Ferraro up the hill. No one can catch this kid. Sportsmanship flag being hung out for the 76 machine of Lachlan Klee. Some indiscretions on track there. Grabbing this little battle between Radford and Rhodes as they go down towards the bus stop. Radford covers off an inside line in case Rhodes wants to send one. A 26 BRM kart, beautifully presented as well. Young Zone. Toby Mayolo really making inroads here. He's found some pace, setting the track alight with a new hot lap at 38.497 from Toby, and he's elevated himself up into second as well. As we grab these ones, Toby Mayolo and Sachin Smithway. We just had images of Ashton Sprague facing the wrong direction at the left-hand hairpin. That puts him down to the back of the group again. The young number 24 Sonic Racer, Kart Republic machine. So we pick up Toby Maiolo leading Sachin Smithway and Nicola Stardy chasing each other up the hill. Nash Ferraro is checking out from this group as they come out of the Patience Sandland sweeper into the Kart Centre switchbacks. We follow on this battle for second. Maiolo holding on to it at the moment. His Energy Course teammate one kart further behind as they split by Sachin Smithway and the flat-out kart Sam Dicker Motorsports machine. Now Stardy has a little peek. The 67 getting caught up. Jordan Clee having trouble. He's parked up in the grass on the exit of the bus stop. The move going down at turn 2. Sachin Smithway and Nicola Stardy fighting it out for third and fourth at the moment. They're trying to keep in touch with Toby Maiolo, who holds second. Meanwhile, Nash Ferraro checking out from this group. This is a battle of second, third, and fourth as they head down into the bottom end of the racetrack. Maiolo, Smithway, and Stardy chasing each other around. Stardy had a fastest qualifying time in this morning's session. Managed second in race 1 by a margin of just a couple of thousandths of a second. He's got big, long legs on the 15 machine, and he forces a move on the inside of Smithway, who drops a wheel. Sachin Smithway getting dropped off to P4 now. That releases Toby Maiolo all by himself in the second, Nicola Stardy in the third. But it's all about this man right now. Nash Ferraro clearing out front, and the number 16 Pinjarra Bakery. OTK kart from the youngster from Maruna. Stretching the legs. Good looking, well presented machine for Nash Motorsport. It's a family affair for the Nash crew as well. He's got 3 generations hanging out at the kart track. I think his sister's here as well, cheering him on, including mum and dad doing all the work and spinning the spanners. Young Nash looking to defend the Cadet 12 West Australian title as we pick up with Starty making his way on the main straight, trying to chase Toby Maiolo as they come up the RGR main straightaway. 5 to go, this time across the line. Four to go this time across the line for Nash Ferraro out front, but Nicola Stardy is hunting the back of Toby Maiolo, trying to close the gap to his Energy Course teammate at the moment. See if he can chase him down the hill towards the bus stop for the old school and the new school pods and fairings on each of these karts. Coming down to the bottom end of the racetrack. Up the hill now, Starty stalking his prey, looks to the inside, Maiolo knows he's there. Through the Patience Sandland sweeper, Nicola Stardy picks up the second spot here. After a second place finish in Heat 1, he's back to where he was and charging forward. A shocking start at the opening of this one though. Last lap board is out as Nash Ferraro doing a bit of careful driving to avoid some stricken karts. Leads away, but Nicola Stardi has really closed the gap on him, trying to hunt him down on this final lap. About half a lap left to go. Ferraro checks over his shoulder just to be cautious. But now Starti right on him as well as they come into the bottom end of the racetrack. Through the bowl for the final time. Ferraro leads it down the line. The checkered flag out and waiting for him. Nash Ferraro makes it 2 from 2. Nicola Stardi picks up second once again. Toby Maiolo home for third. Sachin Smith way in P4. Zane Rhodes rounds out your top 5. Chase Wildman gets a run to P6 from Connor Radford in 7. Jack Webster in 8. Jet McDonald in 9. Cooper Lyle rounds out your top 10. In addition to racing karts this weekend up here at the Patience Sandland 2020 WA Kart Championship, our sister club just next door, Geraldton Off-Road Model Kart Club, are also running the Gero Hour Radio Control Off-Road event over the course of the weekend. They've got some great entries and some great cars on display over there. 1/8 Off-Road Nitro Buggy Racing, of course. Western Australia was the host of the 2018 World Championship a couple of years ago, where we played host to some 216 entrants from all corners of the globe and some of the best professional radio control car drivers of all time to come down all the way to Perth in Western Australia, come racing in the most isolated capital city in the world. But back to the action, KA4 Junior Light, brought to you by All Good Racing Karts and Parts on track and in their formation lap. Can anyone catch Noah Lyle is the only question you need to ask out of this heat after he dominated the field in Heat 1 earlier today. Aidan Deckers starts on the outside front row with Thomas Lawton and Riley Watkins on the second row. Dylan Guest and Ethan Traeger on row 3. Cade Davey and Jack Parham on row 4. Riley Gray and Luke Fraser on row 5. With Lincoln Fallows and Mitchell Campbell row 6. Henry Patience and Connor Payne on row 7. Wesley Hobson and Kristen McClurg on row 8. Sebastian Guest and Jackson Mitchell-Rosenau row 9 with Lockie Adams and James McCooch-Allen rounding out your 20 kart field. Lights are out, we're off and racing. It's a bit antsy through turn 1, but it looks like we're all going to relatively survive this time around, and it's great to see our 20 kart field getting mostly through. Oh, we made it to turn 2. Spoke too soon, we made it to turn 2. And it's the 89 of Patience facing the wrong direction at turn 2. We follow the field out of the bus stop, but it's Noah Lyle out front. Deckers trying to chase him through as the field comes on by. Watkins, Lawton, Traeger's in there as well. Needs to come out of the pole onto the RGR main straightaway. Noah Lyle leads away on lap number 1 as Watkins moves to the outside as Lawton fires it up the inside and tries to take it off him. Ethan Traeger right there as well. Following our field as they pour on through out of the bowl. Noah Lyle up the main straight. We follow along at the moment. Riley Watkins split between Thomas Lawton and Dylan Guest for 3rd, 4th and 5th. It's Lyle and Deckers out front. Then behind Guest it's Traeger and the 96 of Luke Fraser in P7. Mitchell Campbell in P8. Cade Davey P9 and Sebastian Guest rounding out your top 10. Watching Noah Lyle leading the way out front at the moment. 37.486 fast lap. New quickest lap of the race. .12 laps to go as we follow Noah Lyle up the RGR main straightaway into the Patience Sandland sweeper. He leads by 6.5 tenths of a second over Aidan Deckers back there in 2nd place. Another 1.7 further back to Thomas Lawton in 3rd, who just flashes across the screen. Riley Watkins in P4, Dylan Guest P5 in the Birrell chassis. Ethan Traeger back there in the 6th spot from Luke Fraser in P7, Kay Davey in the 8, Sebastian Guest in 9, and Mitchell Campbell rounding out your top 10. This big gaggle of karts coming out of the bus stop corner. And into the Napa Parks dropper to pick up now through the Great Southern Fuels Bowl. And dragging each other all the way onto the RGR main straight. Dylan Guest, Ethan Traeger, and Luke Fraser at the moment. Coming down towards turn 2. We follow Thomas Lawton out of turn 3, out of the kart centre switchback. And down the hill, rocking a Sarah kart this weekend in junior light. Making it happen as he runs the Tony kart in his KA3 junior efforts for TuneTech Auto Service Centre in OTKWA. But it's the 6 kart, Riley Watkins behind him at the moment in P4. Dylan Guest a little bit further behind in P5 as Noah Lyle continues to lead from Aidan Deckers. First and second, Lawton sits third. Watkins just dropping a wheel coming onto the back straightaway, costing himself a bit of momentum here. Behind him, Guest and Traeger. Fraser, Sebastian, the second of the Guesty boys, now into P8. Kay Davey in 9, James McCucci Allen rounding out your top 10. Jackson Mitchell Rosenow has worked his way from the very back of the pack into P12. Charging through as we approach the halfway point here in our KO4 Junior Light Heat 2 for All Good Racing Karts and Parts. Watching this battle at the moment between Dylan Guest, Ethan Traeger and Luke Fraser. Sebastian Guest at the pack of that one as well. So the 2 Corsa karts of Traeger and Fraser right in the middle of a Guesty Boys sandwich as they come into the bowl. Watching this fantastic battle going down towards the bus stop. Sebastian Guest fires one up the inside of Luke Fraser in the 96 Corsa kart. Oh, into each other. Sideways through the dropper. Sebastian on the outside line. Kay Davey trying to get involved in that one as well. Somehow Guesty managed to keep control of that. And he slots in behind Luke Fraser. That releases Ethan Traeger, the other side of Dylan Guest, into P5. So Dylan in the Birillard chassis has been dropped a spot. We pick up with your race leader, Noah Lyle, in the number 4. Flat Out Karts and Arise Racing entry. Making his way out of the dropper into the Great Southern Fuels Bowl. He leads over Aidan Deckers, who just set his personal best lap of the race for Deckers. 1.2 seconds is the gap. Another 2.6 back to Thomas Lawton. The gaps at the front of this junior light field are really big, but the battle behind them is so good to be a part of. Riley Watkins having a bit of a lonely drive here in the 4 spot. Then it's Traeger, Guest, Fraser, Sebastian Guest and Kay Davey all fighting it out. They're going side by side down into turn 2. Fraser puts Sebastian Guest down a spot. The Guesty boys are getting closer together here. Oh, there we go. That's a little runner over the top. That was Sebastian Guest over the top of Luke Fraser. Sebastian Guest straight off the road. Exit stage left at the bottom of the hill. Sebastian Guest out of contention. We pick up with Thomas Lawton making his way through the sweeper. We grab Noah Lyle out front. Couple of wild laps there for the Guesty boys. 3.5 laps left to go for Noah Lyle. on the way out towards the bus stop. Aiden Decker's back there in second. Thomas Lawton having a lonely drive in third. Riley Watkins having a lonely drive, P4. Ethan Traeger back there in P5, another 1.6 seconds between them. Your top five well and truly spread out. Dylan Guest has found himself back into P6 with Kay Davey in 7. Luke Fraser in 8. Jackson Mitchell-Rosenauer, though, has made his way from the back of the field into P9. As we follow Noah Lyle down through the bus stop and out of the Napa Parts dropper into the bottom end of the racetrack. Out of the bowl and onto the RGR main straightaway. We're coming up. 2 laps to go for Noah Lyle, this time by Large and in charge out front as he continues to stretch out the lead. Aiden Decker's back there in second, having a quiet one. He'll be very happy with this pace so far. He's lapped at a 37.3, and at this stage of the race, he's quicker than Lyle. It's just those opening few laps that really cost him some pace. The 33 KF kart trying to put pressure on Noah Lyle, but can't quite get close enough. 1.3 seconds is the gap last time across the line as the last lap board comes on out. 1 to go for Noah Lyle as he comes up the hill on the RGR main straight. Checkered flag out and waiting. Noah Lyle makes it 2 from 2 in KA4 Junior Light, presented by All Good Racing Karts and Parts. Picks himself up another race win. Aiden Deckers comes home for second. Thomas Lawton in third. Riley Watkins achieves another good result, P4 on the road for young Riley. Ethan Traeger makes it P5. Kay Davey in the 6th. Luke Fraser in 7. Dylan Guest goes P8. Jackson Mitchell-Rosenauer from the back of the field goes P9. James McCucci-Allen from the very back of the field goes P10. Time now for WA Open Performance, presented by Continental Tires. Open Performance, a great category of varying power plant elements and weight breaks to suit them. It's all about outright raw power, putting it down to the ground and hanging on as much as you can and trying your best to conserve the tires. So we set our field for WA Open Performance. Corey Hayes on the front row alongside Gregory Campbell. Nathan Phillips back there in P3 with Matthew Chambers in 4. Caprice Hall and Daniel Stewart go P5 and 6. Blake Preston and Gavin Kennedy 7 and 8 with Alan Beard starting P9. We are set to go lights out and racing for 17 laps on the board of WA Open Performance. Heat 2. Corey Hayes leading the way from Nathan Phillips into second. Greg Campbell back to P3. Daniel Stewart looks like he's dropping into P4 as they come onto the back straight. Hayes and Phillips out of the bus stop into the bottom end of the racetrack. Up the hill on the RGR straight for the opening lap here. Corey Hayes leads the way from Nathan Phillips in second. Multi-time defending West Australian State Champion in WA Open Performance, Courtney Goff, not taking part in this weekend's proceedings. But the man who's usually at the pointy end of the field, Blake Preston, I have no idea what he's doing out there. Still plonking around at the back of the pack at the moment in P9. But it's Corey Hayes with the IAM Super X30 175cc water-cooled power plant, stretching the field out as he comes up the RGR straight. He takes Nathan Phillips with him, followed by Greg Campbell and Daniel Stewart. Caprice Hall in the 88 goes P5. Matthew Chambers P6. From Gavin Kennedy and Alan Beard in 7 and 8. Corey Hayes is the fastest lap of the race at 33.4 last time across. Up the hill, it's 14 laps to go for Hayes. We catch Nathan Phillips looking nice and cool, calm and collected in second. The 77 machine. 3.5 laps to go for WA Open Performance presented by Continental Tires. Corey Hayes continuing to stretch the lead over Nathan Phillips back there in second. Greg Campbell third. Matt Chambers putting in his personal best lap of the race last time across. 34.008 for Chambers goes P4. Caprice Hall rounds out your top 5. As we've lost Alan Beard. No, we've got Alan Beard still. We've lost Gavin Kennedy, Daniel Stewart and Blake Preston all out of contention. Hayes bringing around the bottom end of the racetrack. Out of the bowl as we follow along with Campbell and Chambers fighting over third and fourth. Once again for these two as Hayes comes across the line with 2 to go. Hot lap for Hayes at 33.1. Last time across at 34.04. Last lap board out to collect Corey Hayes as he comes across. 1 to go for Hayes. And the number 11, I Aim Super X30. Gillard chassis as he brings it across out of the kart centre, switch back onto the back straight. And down towards the Afgri bus stop. Out of the Napa Parts, drop up. Nice and cruising his way around. Doesn't need to push the kart along. Even just tuning a little bit, just rolling around. Corey Hayes cruising home to take 2 from 2 out of WA Open Performance Heat 2. Takes the win. Nathan Phillips down the line home in second. Greg Campbell chased him down right at the end to show him a bumper for third. Matthew Chambers for P4. And Caprice Hall brings it out of the final corner. And Hall claims P5.
The Kart Centre is Perth's premier karting and function centre. If you're looking for a new and exciting venue for fully catered team building, birthday parties or corporate functions, this is the destination for you. The Kart Centre, only 10 minutes away from Carousel.
On track for the final race of today's proceedings, the Avalon Group KZ2. This is Heat 4. This is the odd drivers from points following their 3 heats they've had so far here for the second round of the 2020 West Australian KZ Series up here at the RGR Road Haulage Raceway for Midwest Kart Club. Blake Mills out and running with Daniel Curry at the pointy end of the field. We got Nick Middick out here at the pointy end as well. believe that's Scott Mackay, Melinda Sully, Josh Merritt, Paul Pedrotti, Riley Traeger, Courtney Goff. One of the multiple BRM karts in the field. Hayden Patrizzi is out here. Mason Fraser is out here as well. The 22 of JD Dack getting some work done on the exit of the outgrid there. It's like that in all of them. So the karts take to the starting grid and they get the yellow flag and told to roll around. So they get an opportunity to test the traction and test this practice start. And we'll send him around once again. It looks like we've got the 22 machine of JD Dack fired up and running. And so he's going to try and roll around and join the back of the field, but he's got a bit of time to try and make up onto the back of their group. So after 3 heats of racing, combining groups A, B, and C on their points in different battle groups, we send all the odd place drivers on points into this race. They'll use their finishing results to stack up against the points they've accumulated so far. In addition to the evens races as well, the top 28 will make the starting grid for the final tomorrow. Looks like JD Dack's still having trouble with the 22 kart as he brings it around, everyone rolling around the bowl. So Blake Mills starting from the pole spot. In the number 2 Ricardo kart, Daniel Curry rolling up to the starting grid on the front row. Then Midic, Mackay, Merritt, Sully, Pedrotti, JD Dack, Traeger, Goff, Shannon Elliard. As we get set, lights are out and we are racing. Millsy with a good start, but Curry's going to shut the door in front of him. Daniel Curry claims the race lead through turn 1, but he gets a bit of a hurry up mid-corner. Millsy shows him a bumper and slots back in behind. We are underway. This is 23 laps. 23 laps on the board. As a big gaggle of karts are swarming each other on the way down towards the bottom end of the racetrack. Millsy trying to get a move on. Daniel Curry back to second. Nick Middick in third. Then it's Josh Merritt and Scott Mackay. Paul Pedrotti goes P6. Riley Traeger. Then JD Dack. Melinda Sully down to the 9 spot. Mason Harvey in 10. So 15 karts on track fighting it out. We won't see a full grid until we get to the final. Oh, Harvey into the back of Sully, and that puts them both out of contention. Harvey went for a big move, and that brought him unstuck. So the yellows are being thrown out to try and get those karts off the track. So, folks, if it's a little confusing as to what's happening right now, the full course yellow was thrown out to retrieve the 2 karts down at the bus stop, but I think some of our drivers failed to take notice. So we are going to have them form up as per the rules and get them in formation before we send them for a full green light restart. Green. Yeah, keep flicking down. We're still under racing conditions. Back under racing conditions, Blake Mills getting out front. Midic into the second spot. Josh Merritt goes to third. The sun comes out and drowns us in daylight as we come out of the bus stop corner. So despite the confusion, we've racked up a few laps here. Just over 14 laps left to go. Blake Mills leads the way around the bowl. Onto the main straight, Midic in hot pursuit, then Merritt and Traeger. Traeger goes for a big look up the inside, and Merritt into turn 1 gets the job done at this Patience Sandland sweeper. The 22 of JD Dack off into the tyre barrier. Got caught up with Scott Mackay at turn 1. And JD will carry a DNF here for this heat. But it's Mills out front. Midic into second as they bring it out of the bowl and onto the main straightaway. The sunlight absolutely drowning us out here at the RGR Road Haulage Raceway for Midwest Kart Club. Coming out of the bus stop through the Napa Parts dropper, Millsy just wants to pick up a W next to his name once again to keep carrying the wins into tomorrow's final. A win here would put him in top contention for the 28-lapper at the second round of the West Australian KZ Series, brought to you by Avalon Group. Nick Midic right there with him at the moment. Riley Traeger having a good run here. Be happy to pick up some good points results heading into the final tomorrow. Daniel Curry peeled off into the in-grid, so that's going to really hurt his chances of a good starting position tomorrow. Josh Merritt holding on to P4. Paul Pedrotti has a big look up the inside at turn 1, gets the job done as well. Merritt loses another spot in the number 23 Grand Prix kart. As we follow Blake Mills, whole lap of the race, 32.8. Nick Midic, 32.9 as they come around onto the RGR main straight. 10 laps to go here. The final race of the day in the Saturday program at the Patience Sandland 2020 WA Kart Championship. Beautiful weather we've had so far. Just a light shower so far today. But we wrap it up with some wild KZ action More to come tomorrow with the evens final before we throw them all in the mix for the final race of the weekend to decide the round winner of the second round of the West Australian KZ Series here at the WA Kart Championship. 9 to go as Mills comes down the line. Middick in hot pursuit. Traeger into the third spot. Happy to click off the laps and just continue looking after the rubber at the moment. Paul Pedrotti having a solid run. He goes into P4. Josh Merritt, P5. Hayden Patrizzi in the 6th spot. Connor Roth in P7. From Courtney Goff in P8. Shannon Elliard in P9. We lost Scott Mackay, JD Dack, Daniel Curry, Melinda Sully, and Mason Harvey. All out of contention in this heat. So it's quite a race of attrition out of this one. And a lot of big points losses to be had from this odds race. We'll let it all shake out in the evens tomorrow before we decide our 28 kart starting grid for the final tomorrow. It's Blake Mills down towards the bottom of the racetrack, continuing to stretch the legs. We'll follow Riley Traeger, who this time last year was off grabbing some very valuable experience in KZs over in Europe before he brought himself back to contend the WA state titles down in Esperance just a few weeks later. Using that European driving experience to get the most advantage he can here on the West Coast as we follow Paul Pedrotti at the moment, the 56 Ricardo kart. Pedrotti into the 4th spot, having a good run at the moment. He splits between Traeger and Merritt. That's not the leader. 6 laps to go for Blake Mills. Nick Middick into the 2nd spot. The story of Nick Middick has really come to the fray in the WAKZ series. Picked up a brand new BRM kart from the Priolos the Wednesday prior to round 1 at Hurricane Go-Kart Club for the King of the Hill. Tested it on the track with no tacho, no data logger. Said to the boys, yes, it's fast. And then placed himself 2nd at round 1. He's doing a fine job of it so far here at round 2 of the West Australian KZ series. We're running down the laps now, 5 to go. Mills out of the bus stop, continuing to stretch this one out. Hot lapper for 32.7. Last time he clicked off at 32.79. Millsy can continue clicking off these hot laps at the moment. Just keeps on making them happen here. But it's Nick Middick in the 84 machine. Making it happen as he makes his way onto the back straight, down towards the bus stop. Little check over the shoulder to keep a track of Riley Traeger, make sure he's not burning up too much rubber. At the moment, it looks like he doesn't really want to catch Millsy. 1.5 seconds is the gap. He's happy just to end up P2 as they come on out. 3 to go for Blake Mills down the line, this time by. Two to go, that time by for Blake Mills, continuing to stretch it out. Middick has really buttoned down to the pace now, lapping at a 33.6. Is letting Traeger catch him at the moment at a rate of about 0.3 of a second a lap, but he has a 2-second advantage over Traeger for 3rd. Millsy continuing to click off the low 33s. Middick really buttoning out of the power, trying to conserve the rubber at the end as the last lap board is out and ready. As Blake Mills brings it onto the RGR straight for the second and final time. 1 to go for Blake Mills. Up the straight, into the Patience Sandland sweeper for the final time. Into the kart centre, switchbacks. on his final lap here. Blake Mills storming to win the odds heat. There'll be a bit of discussion to have after this one following that full course yellow, but Millsy wins the odds heat. And the number 2 Ricardo kart. Nick Middick home in second. Riley Traeger home in third. Paul Pedrotti home for P4. Josh Merritt comes across the line in P5. Hayden Patrizzi rounds out P6. Connor Roth across the line in P7. Courtney Goff in P8. Shannon Elliard makes your final finisher in this heat. P9 in the number 24 BRM kart. Ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up racing here for the Saturday program, the Patience Sandland 2020 WA Kart Championship for the RGR Road Haulage Raceway for Midwest Kart Club. It's been a pleasure to have you today. A big thank you to all of our sponsors. Of course, title sponsor Patience Sandland, Great Southern Fuels, our streaming sponsors, the Kart Centre, Napa Parts and AFGRI Equipment. Also special thank you to Digital Quarter, Vulcan Panel and Paint, Supercool Air Conditioning, Mechanical Piping Services and Central's Earth Moving. It's been a pleasure to have you today. For everyone watching live online, thanks to our broadcasters, 4-Style Media. We hope you join us tomorrow. Hope you've enjoyed the show today. We'll bring you all the finals and we get set to crown the West Australian State Champions for 2020 here in Geraldton. We'll see you tomorrow.